who are in April already. Wow, this year is going by quickly. Our special guest, Ben Cryer, to work with us. We're going to take reading calls with her next hour, questions, of course. And all she needs from you is a question. That's fine. And she'll take it away, whatever it may be. May 27th, we are going to go to the Dow in Oregon for our live stage show in Iowa. Excited about this one. So, George, we are in April, but May will be here pretty soon. Saturday, May 27th, that's when our show is. The amazing not here in the Dallas, about 84 miles George east of Portland. So everybody from Portland, come on out. We'll have 3 guests that night. Dr. Sky, Stephen King, UFO abductee Travis Walton, and from Animal Conversation, Hunter Matt and and of course, tonight we'll include a band, George will sing a few songs, Robert Police to the veterans, and we'll just have a ton of fun. So head over to coasttocoastam.com right now. Let's get all the info in here. So. And here you go. If you're feeling a little queasy these days, we'll build up there.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, lower hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and making the body heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect the body's disease.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking a Dr. Steph every step?
The immune system is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put a adaptogen along with it, and most will heal within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you immune them. And you're fit to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's stem cell wellness kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
If you struggle with getting good reception in your home, T-Crane's TC Wi-Fi 3 Internet Radio is the solution. Here's why the TC Wi-Fi 3 is so special. The audio is better than any smartphone in the world, and you can listen to my show. It has more than 30,000 radio stations from all over the United States and the world to use its coverage. You won't have to sign up for an app, and there is no microphone. There's no way it has the serials from your own. You can get the TC Wi-Fi free by calling T-Crane at 1-800-522-8863. Once again, that's 1-800-522-8863. Or you can visit T-Crane online at tcrane.com. Also available at Amazon for quicker shipping. Visit T-Crane online and sign up for the T-Crane newsletter as well and be one first to know about exclusive offers. T-Crane.com.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, which was horrendous. I came home, I started on carnivore, and I called and canceled my surgery. And she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay." And my problem on my skin went away.
I had a bruising just all over my arms, 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, "Gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening." I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore.
Call 866-836-8735. 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com. Use TRUMAN code to get 15% off your order.
And welcome back to Coast. George Joy with you. Our special guest, Ben Cryer, the book, and our book is called Your Inner TCS. The websites are linked up at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm very honored that I got to discover and decode it. It is changing everyone who follows its life into things that are just miraculous.
What about stress? Where does stress fit under this plan?
Yeah, so stress is always coded, and I define stress as like worry, fear, anxiety, overwhelm, frustration, anytime you feel irritation, even procrastination and guilt, doubt. These are all forms of stress, and they're always a tightening in the body, which I call closure, and it means that what you're thinking is not true or not going to happen. And what I believe is going on with the internal guidance system is when you do a shift in your thinking and you feel that release, that opening in your body, you're back on track with your personal blueprint. After all the research that I've done, it seems that us humans are coming down here with I wouldn't call it destiny, it's kind of a combination of destiny and choice that we have. But it's like this very interesting thing where we choose what we want to accomplish down here, and then when we get down here into this world, Earth, it gets very loud and very distracting and difficult to like kind of accomplish that goal with all of the things that would get put upon us between the ages of 0 to 7, the programming and stuff. And this tool seems to be helping us to break through those patterns to get back to what we're really here to create. And I've been talking to a lot of people. It feels that they suddenly, when they begin using this, feel like they're back on track. They're themselves. They are fulfilled every day. They're contributing to gifts that they had. Their life itself by itself is what most people say. It's like my life is just suddenly working again. And I think this is a divine guidance system that is supporting us in getting through this lifetime, being able to actually do what we're here to do.
Can anything go wrong with this system?
I haven't found it. The thing that is the hard about this system is it's working with our human mind, right? So it's individual, it's separate from the mind. It's gauging whether the thoughts that you're having are taking you to what you want or away from what you want. Kind of like the hot cold game that you played as a kid, you know, you get blindfolded and they hide a treasure somewhere and you have to find it by people yelling at you, cold, cold, Arctic, or hot, Sahara.
Or you're getting warmer, Exactly,
you're getting warmer, and that's how this works. And so what can get in the way is not the system itself. It is accurate, but our interpretation of it, our failure to listen or to even realize it's happening because we get so in our head. Or when someone gets one expansion, opening, feeling, and they don't keep checking it, because it's more like a breadcrumb or like the hot cold game, you will continue to get this sensation in your body telling you whether you're on track or off track as you move towards your outcomes that you're here to have. I've never seen any negative outcome come from somebody following this ever. There's sometimes the appearance of a negative outcome only to find out that that thing that happened was the best thing that could have happened and it led them to the right thing. But no, I have not seen anything go wrong by following this.
Is this then a God-given ability?
I think it is. For me now, after 23 years of decoding this, it's the Holy Spirit. And that doesn't mean that my faith is better than anyone else's. I have no qualifications to judge anything on this planet, honestly, as to what's right or wrong. But it does show up in every single wisdom text and spiritual context. And in my particular faith, which I'm a Christian, it shows up as the Holy Spirit. And it's talked about in the Bible as that. Like the kingdom of God is within us. And I talk about that in my trainings and stuff about how to tap into this. And I do believe that this is a divine energy that is running through every single person that I've never had anyone not be able to use it and discover it. And it is a beautiful ministry. It's like kind of energy in our body that's nurturing us at all times.
Give us an example of how it would be used.
Well, it's used like it's going through your life. I mean, you went through it was figure out when to go to the post office or not, because I have a PO box I have to use. And the line is really long, and so I will check in and just see if it opens me to go to the post office. But you can also use it in the middle of an argument where you're totally convinced that this person is being a real jerk or jerkette.
Or it's your test. That's true.
It's your test, and you'll feel excitement in what you're thinking about saying next. And like, if you stop in the moment and pivot that thought, you'll find an opening. And then that next thing you're about to say will release the whole situation or lead it towards that quickly. And it's known things. Like I have a student who, her husband had died, she had 2 boys that were living off of his life insurance. It was coming to an end. She was coming to the coaching calls, and she kept getting a closing about finding a job over and over and over again. She's come on, she's like, I'm not getting an opening to get a job, and I'm running out of money. And lo and behold, literally, she got her last check, and the next day, she got an inheritance that she wasn't expecting. In fact, more than not expecting it, she was told she was not getting an inheritance from this person. And it is something that's going to take care of her for the rest of her life. Over and over, this guidance is accurate. I have not had anyone come back and tell me, not once, that the guidance was not accurate.
Does the guidance do things for people almost like a miracle would?
Well, yeah, I think actually it's a different way to think about it. I think magic and synchronicity are the norm, George. If you look out into the way the planet really works, nature, everything is operating in a synchronistic, symbiotic way. And it's getting what it needs unless, of course, it's disturbed. And the natural laws of this plane that we're living on has that be the truth. And then our minds and our fears and I don't have enough and lack and I'm not loved and all these different things stop us from being in that flow. And I have seen that when you drop into following the opening to opening, you learn how to use this, you get back into that magic and synchronicity that is happening everywhere. And yes, absolutely, miracles happen constantly when you follow it. In fact, so much so that people just shrug their shoulders who are IDSers. They're like, they just shrug their shoulders and they're like, of course it's perfect, of course it's working out, of course that magic thing just happened. That's the way it is for real in life.
Is this like prayer?
Yeah, actually, you got the best question tonight, George. I'm loving your question. I think that once we move into this, we become physically, our vibration gets to this place of being a walking in divinity, that we become a living prayer. Part of what happens is as you see something that you're not wanting to have happen, because that closes you usually, your reaction to something out there. When you pivot, you shift into a new way of thinking, and that paves the way for that miracle to happen. And so as you're using your ideas, you become a living walking prayer, and that gets answered quickly. And it's the norm. It's what's normal. Once you tune into this part of yourself that you were born with, you would start to suddenly realize how off track we are, and that we're only a few thoughts away, every human being, from dropping the suffering and moving into the opening and living in this experience of real true connection to something. You're never alone. The thing is operating, it doesn't stop. People even experience it in their dreams about what to do inside their dreams. They feel their ideas working. And the more you tune into it, the more that you start to realize that this is our natural state of being that we've moved away from.
And the dream state is powerful, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You're working through things in your dream life that subconsciously you didn't have time to work with during your day. And then this guides you in how to respond to that subconscious working through of issues. And you wake up feeling, you wake up from a dream and it feels real and it's disturbing and uncomfortable.
And you're not quite sure if it happens or not.
Yes. With your ideas, when you're using it in a dream, you're clearing these things out and coming to a sense of peace with it, and you wake up and you know it was a dream. In fact, it creates a lot of lucid dreaming where people are able to control their dreams because they're feeling the open.
Where after a few moments after you woke up, you went, wow, am I glad that was just a dream.
Yes, I have lots. My husband is so grateful that I'm able to drop it because I've had those dreams. And I wake up, I'm mad at him. And there's no reason to be mad. So he's like, Derek, no, I didn't do it. So it's really real.
We all have this internal guidance system, but how do you tune somebody up or train somebody to maximize their ability?
The key I found is that I have to bypass the mind. And so what I do is I call it the Miyagi approach. You remember wax on and wax
Oh, I
off?
sure do.
Yeah. So he taught Daniel-san these tiny little moves which turned out to be blocks that he already had embodied. And so what I do is I give people micro learning, or like a little practice. They go out and do it, it works. And then I give them another little practice. And we don't engage the mind. I just give them something to think a little bit differently. They see the immediate results. And they come back and they tell me what happened, and I'm like, that's it, you got it, you're already a master. And then I give them another one. And so you do it by slowly but surely changing your thoughts and clearing out things that keep you closed, and we just force them on their heads into openings. And so it's a training. It is, because our minds are very powerful. It does take some training, but it doesn't take lifelong training. Within 3 to 6 weeks, you are moving on your own using this.
Can you predict the future with this technique?
I used to say no. Like, I'm learning about this myself, and everything I learn I teach my students. It doesn't predict the future in the way that we think of it as predicting the future, like laying the future out in front of us, like a map or a picture or a movie. But you can feel in your body what's coming. So if you picture something like that, I was picturing this. You can't predict the future, but you can know the future that's coming to you.
Will it tell you the difference between yes or no, right and wrong?
It isn't a yes or no system. And that's where people can get into trouble. It's like, well, I got an opening, and that's a yes. You got an opening to continue with that thought. And it's more like a breadcrumb approach, It's like, then you'll have another thought that opens you, and you follow that, and it will lead you to where you're supposed to be. Because most of us are limiting ourselves to what we can have, how amazing we are, how incredible we are, what's possible for us. We have ourselves in these little boxes, and the IPS is only working with what you think. It never responds to something outside of you, which gives us all the power, really. It's actually a very good thing. And so the IPS is constantly trying to get you to hold the thoughts that are going to create the reality that's perfect for you. And so we may not know that. Like, for instance, let's say somebody decides, do I move to LA or San Francisco? And it turns out you belong in New York, or you belong in Colorado, right? But you're not thinking about New York or Colorado. And so it has to find a way to get you there. And it will, every time. It will put something in your path. Like, it'll give you the thought to go to Starbucks, and on the table is a magazine about Colorado. And you pick it up while you're waiting for coffee that someone left, and you flip through it, and you get this inspiration that you want to go check it out, and the next thing you know, that's where you're moving. So it will get us where we need to go, regardless, as long as we trust it and follow it.
I drove past the after effects of a car accident today. Somewhere along the line, as I was driving, thinking about you on the interview tonight, I said to myself, where's this guy's internal guidance system that told him not to get in the car today or go and do what he did? Why doesn't that kick in for him?
Well, a lot of people don't listen to it, that's number one. So we follow closings, and we get more and more into the state of stress, frustration, anger. And when that happens, we're literally creating a cacophony of chaos and vibration inside of our bodies that will attract chaos in our life. There's two things there. Number one, you could get in a state where you're in complete chaos about what's going on in his life. And the idea is that if you continue to go down that path where you're going to nurture those thoughts that are creating chaos, you're going to attract it. But number two, also, sometimes what I found is there's no positive or negative in the universe. It's really, truly, that accident may actually be the exact thing that person needed in order to become who they're going to become. It doesn't get rid of every negative thing in your life, because I believe that we come down here like a lump of coal unfold, and we're becoming diamonds, and it takes pressure to create the diamond. Now, how you handle the pressure, how you feel, how fast you get through it, that's what the IDS will help you with. The ability of seeing the truth that comes through, where you begin to understand how this world works, and you're clear about it, and you're powerful about it, is what the IDS provides. But it doesn't mean that you're never going to have an issue. But the issues you do have, you're going to handle like a champion. And you're going to see the fruit of the situation before it even gets to the end of being completed. You're going to feel the gratitude and the amazing experience of what you've learned.
Is the IDS system that little voice we all hear in our head?
I would consider that to be intuition. The ideas can actually open or close, say yes, this is true or not true to that little voice. And sometimes that little voice isn't necessarily coming from if our mind is generating it versus some divine energy. Intuition shows it different for every single person and can be used in conjunction with your ideas, and it makes my intuition and the other intuitives that I've trained very clear, because you can tell when the story starts from the empty gets into information, and our mind immediately wraps the story around it. And the story isn't necessarily true.
Then stay with us. We're going to come back in a moment and continue our dialogue. Plus, we'll take calls after a specific question, and she'll jump into her psychic mode for you.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
About U.S. kids today. What you're expecting. A leader. Learning the leader.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for greatest of all time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
Why the big team to be a perfect thing? Argue the teams and talk that they will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Sponsored by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids and Bad Council.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partner with people. If a new DC calls us out, I've got the friends I depend on, like GAF, right in my fingertips. It's like having my DPS in my pocket 24/7. I rely on people because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through Zoom, purchase your DC Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. People always building.
You know what I can't stand? Agency on agency fighting when you've got dead children. Pointing fingers which agencies were wrong or what we did right. It's all a moot point. It's all baloney. It's all BS. They screwed up. Everyone there screwed up.
There you get it.
You got dead kids on your lawn.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You know, when we book an airline ticket, we should play that for them for 10 minutes, then come on the phone. Yeah, I know I told you to book an airline ticket, but I got very busy, so it's been another 10 minutes. But Tim Carlin's Jr. show, they told I'm ready to book my flight here in 10 minutes. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
I mean, the hypocrisy is stunning.
And even the most rabid anti-sports t-shirts still handle it. 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We're not here to make up your mind. We're here to give you the latest. You know what's going on?
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Going at your best goals. I'm in the team with KFI 24-hour news. Your former U.S. Attorney Attorney General Nathan Hoffman is announced his campaign to run for LA County DA. Hoffman says it's time for a DA who fights for victims, not criminals. Hoffman launched his election for California Attorney General with Rob Bonta last November. The former LA District Attorney Steve Cool is endorsing Hoffman for 2024. Cooley says LA Gaston is a failure in virtually all respects. The LA Board of Supervisors proposed a proposal to reduce jail populations in LA from the agenda. The board chair, Jana Khan, says she opposes the motion and needs more time to control the law enforcement before moving forward. Bell Gardens Police Chief Scott Fairfield says the board kept the LA Police Chiefs Association in the dark by not talking about the proposal.
We have to stop action before we have the tools in place to be able to check if we should come.
Fairfield says the board has not considered how releasing some offenders would hurt people in vulnerable communities. A former pharmacist in Irvine has been sentenced 15 years in prison for her role in a healthcare fraud scheme that ran the U.S. military's healthcare plan out of more than $11 million by filling more than 1,000 bogus prescriptions. The attorney's office says the woman has committed to pay more than $11 million in restitution. Violence and destruction are not part of legitimate lawful expression. Commissioner tightening security after former President Trump restored parents in court. Dennis says first closing barricades.
The courthouse in Lower Manhattan, both have been locked down. Protesters being told to watch their behavior or be subject to arrest.
Trump is being arraigned tomorrow in Georgia. First money payments made to foreign actors filming Daniels during his own presidential campaign. When Johnson are developing a live-action remake of the 2016 animated movie Moana, Johnson plans to reprise his role as Maui, the demigod of the Windward Sea. Johnson says this story is his culture and his personal to him because Maui was inspired by his grandfather. Johnson led a season 5 best season overnight to run tomorrow, hiking up 50s and 60s, warming to around 70 Wednesday, low to mid-70s toward the end of the week, and by Sunday, high 54 in Brea, 61 Lake Forest, 53 in Marina Del Rey, 51 in Burbank. We news local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I am in Kansas.
In Montebello, there is a work zone 60 degrees south of Henry's Rosemead Boulevard. 3 lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 6. And in Sherman, this is only 101 southbound down the 405. The Amtrak there is just the right lane. You better stop and go from Haskell Avenue. In Orange, there is a work zone 57 north south from Chapman to Cadella Avenue. 2 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. Expect delays throughout that area. If I was guy who gets you there faster, Brian there. Looking to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art, you shouldn't be. You better learn a lot when it comes to buying and selling jewelry.
I buy jewelry to resell. I've been going to tangible for about 6-7 years.
Tangible just stays warm.
Here's a great example of the tangible difference. I bought a gold and sapphire bracelet. I shopped it around for after you took it out. 100. I got it tangible and gave me $475 for it.
More cash, wallet, cash.
Tangible, free as well. It could be the person coming in with, $10,000 for the gold.
Tangible investment owners still being as become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. We'll guarantee you'll get more.
Everything I've heard about them on the radio is true.
Call now for a no obligation free professional appraisal. 800 711 4800 800 711 4800 800 711 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter and get a quality candidate within the first day. Find ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Did you know you can get your prescription for life at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's a free app that can save you money on your medication. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacy to get the job on time. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you fill out your prescription, text GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance. The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life. They teach you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join host Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
But remember, one of the rules to travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, yeah, when you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
He's live from the Hayes bedroom, another essential night for us. The curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his feet now. His wife is down tight. He needs a raise. The girl throws an elbow. He's waiting for the couch. He could get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspired to sleep down here. Treatment to give you comfortable rest for sleep at the click of a remote. There's no mask and no home. Guys, learn more at InspiredSleep.com.
Inspired is not for everyone. Talking about the sleep is right for you and review important safety information at InspiredSleep.com.
And Mike Diamond Plumbing, we sell good. Go up on dime or your house call is free. MikeDiamond.com. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-SHORE. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Her book is called Your Inner GPS. We'll be back with your calls in a moment. She will be reading as well. Just ask her specific questions. People agree tax time is truly a pain, but there's one group who really enjoys it. Those are identifiers using your personal information, but they falsify items, number of children you have, out-of-pocket medical expenses, retirement account contributions, and other details, letting them a huge refund check that gives sent to their own address instead of yours. It's so important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft affect our lives. Your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal your identity. Protecting your identity can be easy with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock protects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out if you do become a victim of identity theft. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions and all businesses. But it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. So join now, save up to 25% off your first year with promo code George at LifeLock.com. That's LifeLock.com, promo code George for 25% off. Consumer Cellular is the most trusted wireless brand, and they've been providing superior nationwide coverage for more than 25 years. Switch today and save up to half on your wireless bill. They offer unlimited switching easy. You keep your phone and number, and activation is free. Plus, you can add a family member to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls, because Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers. With coverage to over 99% of the nation. And this is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Also with Consumer Cellular, you can save up to $250 a year. Go to consumercellular.com/Norrie, and for a limited time, get $25 off your wireless bill when you use promo code Norrie. That's consumercellular.com/Norrie, and use promo code Norrie for $25 off. Hey, and welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. It's been prior to book with us. Then, can you challenge children if they have this GPS system and their systems ready to roll?
Yes, they do. In fact, everyone does. We're all born with it. The only thing I did was decode it, and children are more attached to it. We're more connected to it than we have a tendency to kind of train it out of them.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to their own guidance. We train them on what we think they should be guided to be doing and thinking and training and all of that. But yeah, we actually proved it when we were born.
Tell me what this is. I've told this story several times on here. One day I was driving, and I'm driving, coming up to a 4-lane intersection, and I've got the green light. You go through this intersection, right? Something is telling me in my head, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't go through it. And it was so compelling. I pulled over to the side of the road, slowed down. Cars behind me, honking. Just at the point where I would have been in the middle of the intersection, going through on my green light, some guy went through his red light at about 60 miles an hour. It would have broadsided. He went right through it. I would have been there right at that time. Something saved my life. What was it? Was it my GPS system, or was it something else?
I don't think it's not your GPS system. Your internal guidance system doesn't produce thoughts in your head. It will gauge whether they're true or not. I have had moments like that, and so have many people that I know and have spoken with. And for me, that's your angel.
That's what I thought. I kind of figured that.
Angel. Yeah, and especially when it's a particular voice, because you didn't just had a feed forward. And it happens to us when we are about to shift back in our life blueprint and that would take us way far away from what we're here to do. They can step in at that level and really be loud.
What about hunches in business, relationships, and things you do? Is that the GPS system?
It can be, yeah, absolutely. It does create there's a feeling, an upwelling of energy that gives you a moment, like a knowing. We all have gifts. A lot of times we only think of the spiritual gifts, intuitive gifts and things. I'm lucky to be a gifted business person, and so those hunches are usually something that comes from our creative gifts that we're born with.
Is this internal guidance system part of the human body, like our livers are and our kidneys and our hearts? This is just part of us?
Yes, it is. Everyone has it, and we've just not decoded it yet. We haven't started using it. This is a physical aspect. In fact, at the end of this year, I'm looking at doing a medical study with a cardiologist, endocrinologist, and neurologist, looking at when someone uses this and puts their thought, what happens with inside the body, because this is a measurable thing, that when you move from the stretch of closing into the expansion of opening, there is physical, chemical, mental, neurological, and heart things that happen that are measurable. And I want to bring this into the medical field because I think it will be incredibly helpful for people who are healing.
Let's go to the phone. You ready?
Yeah, I just want everyone to, it's a tiny bit more than a question, but not much. I just need like 2 or 3 sentences about the situation, not just one two.
Okay, I'll have your program.
All right, thank you.
Let's go to Lucille in Modesto, California. Hi, Lucille.
Hello, Derek. Well, how are you tonight?
Great. Hope you are too. What can we do for you?
Okay, whatever she's calling us ITS or whatever it is, I have it so intense at times that I just snap up and it interferes. And I need to know that it interferes with my actions. I need to know how to stop that.
Now, when you say you interferes with your actions, in what way?
Okay, well, let's for instance, I've been to the point where I could do about 5 candidates a day, and then I've done years where I couldn't think at all. And that's quite a difference.
So you think your IGF that you call this pulled you back?
Yeah, and I can't go to another country every time I want to do a piece of art. And if it's an argument, I don't want people around me at all. I just want, it's like the energy stop clean or something. And I just want to shove them away. And if I'm eating, either I can't digest, I just don't want to eat.
All right, what do you think, Sam?
So you're in an extreme level of stress, and the stress is coming from what you're thinking. And so the way that you're thinking about life and people and what's possible for you is not true. The thoughts that you're having that are causing this shutdown inside your body are guidance. The shutdown is guidance to the thoughts, but they're not true. And so what I would recommend, at the end of the show, I'm going to give a free training where you can go, and by the end of the training, you'll understand what to do. So I'm not going to leave you hanging, because it's really about shifting your mind into the opening so that you can get back to your creativity and back to your freedom and your power. It's who you are around other people. And so it is about shifting your thinking. But the first thing you can do is start with saying in your head, I'm close. That means what I'm thinking is not true or not going to happen. Write it on 3x5 card. Write it, put it all over your house. And when you feel that lock up, hold that thought, because it'll begin to open you up. It's the only thought I found that works for everybody all the time, every time. Just create this lightning opening sensation that'll start getting you back on track.
Then does the guidance system ever let us down?
No. I know that's a big statement. I have looked for it. I have had students come and with the same thing, we're like, I'm still close about this thing, and we're biting our nails going, is this going to work out, and it does. It has not worked. Not for any, I've trained over 40,000 people, and so far no one has come back, not one single person, George, and said it's not working. Because I want to be the first person to know. I don't never want to leave someone out there with a tool that doesn't work.
You've trained 40,000 people?
I have.
That's remarkable.
And 400 master students out there that are at 1.5.
So does the brand, so it will grow.
Yes.
We've got Bonnie in Arizona. Welcome to the program. Hi, Bonnie. Go ahead.
Hi. I have a lot of problems with my adult children causing a lot of stress in my life, and I'm a senior citizen, and I've had a lot of heart problems in the past, and it just seems like it's really stressing me out more. I get like pain pit in my stomach, and I get pressure feeling, and I get really stressed out, and I just, I worry about my grandchildren, I worry about my children, and I just don't know what the right path for me to be on. And I feel all the negative energy is just really messing with my mind and my whole body, and I want to be healthy, and I just don't know what I should do. So, Bonnie, the worry is coming from you. It's not coming from the situation that the kids are in. Worry is always closing, meaning what you're thinking about the situation is not true for your grandbabies and not going to happen. I like to declare that worry is a negative prayer. You do not want to focus on worrying. And so what I was just in this work, I've had many people come in. We've got a lot of adult children in the basement doing video games or out in the world doing drugs and not taking care of their lives as you would want them to. And so here's what you do. Okay? I want you, as the grandma and the mama, to start visioning and remembering what they were like when they were younger for your adult children and hold that. There is something about a grandma's prayer, and you know who they can be. And by holding that, you are creating, literally, the space that you release this in the center of your body, you feel opening. You are literally creating a space that they can attune to become. Okay? This all sounds like woo-woo, and I come from a technology background, and I'm telling you right now, woo-woo is true. I've tried to fight it for years, but it's true. And so hold space for what they can become. And with the grandbabies, the worry that you're thinking is not true, worrying about them. I know you may have the kids are being in difficult situations, and it really looks like they're not going to be able to have the beginnings that you really want for them. But the truth of the matter is you holding what you see as possible is very powerful. Okay, your body is a living prayer. And so when you are holding those thoughts and you feel the worry leave, you are getting a yes from God, from all that is. It's possible. And your job is to hold that. Hold that energy, that picture, that thought. Okay?
How dangerous is stress?
It's incredibly dangerous. It's interesting because like I said, I'm not real woo-woo, and as you walk away from your true purpose and your path, it's literally like walking away from the divine. And when you do that, you get distressed. So the stress is like closing off the life force energy inside of your body. It kills the cells. It takes the energy from your cells. And then when you move into the opening, you can feel the flush of life. You can feel life moving into your body again, and it is nourishing for yourself. So stress is sucking energy, the closing is taking energy away, and I actually think it's so you can create things slowly that are wrong for you instead of fast. And when you move into the opening and you feel that expansion, you're creating things more quickly because they're right for you. It's a safety valve.
Let's go east to the Rockies. Joe's with us, Long Island, New York. Hey, Joseph, go ahead.
So I have a couple of questions more on the psychology of the GPS. I know a lot of people in terms of like how they're rating themselves, they're going up and down and up. And, it's the puzzle rise out of balance. I wonder if sometimes you could think with a counter argument, play the devil's advocate and say, hey, I'm really not that good in tennis, and see if that feels true, just to see if the lesser thought feels true. And my second question would be more about, you mentioned being overwhelmed, but on a smaller scale, do you think people tend to compensate and possibly overcompensate? Now, one thing I heard just recently is how a lot of women today will wear elevator shoes that might make them 2, 3, 4, 5 inches taller. And is that, trying to make yourself look taller unnecessarily, or does it feel good walking? But does that go into the realm of people are trying to compensate, and should they be aware aware that the topic is.
So on the first question, this is not about positive or negative thinking. If you, and this is something that's actually beautiful about it, if there is something that is a problem that's affecting your life about your character, your values, your morals, it will open you that these are issues. But it doesn't feel like shame or guilt. When you're open, it feels like truth. It feels like something that you need to manage and you need to work with. Like it feels, there's an energy to it of like, I want to fix this. When we're beating ourselves up and berating ourselves, or even falsely, shooting our own horn about how great we are, it will close us if it's not true. I especially like to work with people who are beating themselves up inside because most of the time it's not true. It's closing. It means it's not true. And those thoughts are programs that keep us away from actually stepping into our greatness and our gifts and what we're here to give and what we're here to contribute. Every single person's significant in this. I think that, I don't know about the feet. I wear heels myself. I like being a little taller. I like having my legs look a little longer. So I don't know why the women are wearing the shoes if that's not the case, if it's for some other reason. But I can say that I think most people right now in the world are feeling less than. They're feeling like they have no power. They're feeling as if they're lost. And with the internet age that we have and all the social media, yeah, it's a constant comparison to other people's lives. And when we compare ourselves like that, we have a tendency to fall into, well, this will make me look better or feel better, and I'll be happier. And that true happiness comes from the opening. True happiness comes from within. And so the IGF is there to help to actually create a state of satisfaction with oneself, and so you don't have to do that anymore.
So how long did it take for you then to realize that you had this system within you?
I found out about it in 1993. It took me a good 8 years to decode it because my mind was telling me things for truth that were closing, and I couldn't figure out, well, I had proof and evidence. I buy the dividends and 8-hour drive for Christmas. I was like, why am I even going? He doesn't like me. This is ridiculous. I'm just going to cry and make him mad. And I closed. On that drive, I was able to figure out, playing with my thoughts, that what the truth was that my dad didn't know how to be a dad to a girl. He was polite with my brother, but with me, he felt like he was always making a mistake. And it opened me. I got this really big opening that he just didn't know how to be a dad to a girl. And it was like a domino effect. It completely changed my life. I saw all the situations that my dad and I were in from a completely different place. And I decided I was going to teach him how to be an amazing dad. And tell him before he bought a gift for Christmas, what I wanted, so he didn't just sit back and watch him make a mistake again, and support him in all these ways. But it completely changed their lives. And so it took me a while to decode it because our mind is creating evidence all the time that we're right, that it's right. And the closing is the only thing that we have that wakes us up that what we're thinking isn't true. Like on the last program when we talked about the yield signs, remember?
Yeah.
We have all these yield signs inside of our body, inside of our mind. They're not true, and the idea is the only way to find them that I found.
Let's go to my app in New York as well on the wild card line. Hi, my app.
Yes, a wonderful program, George, knocking it out of the ballpark. I have a brief comment, but I want a reading.
Right.
First of all, your belly is it ready to go? Can I say that?
Yep, it's that.
And you're so inspiring. And you kind of reminded me of Joseph Polanski, the one who did the book on the pendulum, and the astrology book, and they were including reflexology for your son. And we seem to have you exploring many spiritual and occult studies. And so any comment you had on dowsing and the chakras, because experience and healing chakras with color. But my reading is about a very important extension that I've had for a few years now, and it's become pretty rocky. It's something that would be a catalyst in terms of changing humanity, in terms of letting beginners' minds compassion and kindness and interconnection and out. But as a woman, and as a woman of color, a designated black woman,
It has been like taking the phone to up and now. So what I wait, let me just jump in now. So there's someone that you're supposed to be collaborating with on this. So there's a way in which you're afraid to let it out there in the world because someone's going to take it from you. But what I want you to know is that this is given to you, and it won't be taken from you. It's part of what you're here for. And your lesson is not to have someone steal it from you and go produce it and do it better or do it differently. You really are the founder of it. But it's going to take collaboration because there's things that you don't know, and there's an energy of showing that you are afraid of. And so you're looking for collaborative partners who's interested in that bringing it into the world who's better at explaining it than you are. And the two of you have a beautiful collaboration that feels wonderful and you energize each other.
And that would make it cheap. We're going to come back and take final calls then in a moment on Coast to Coast thing.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Southside weather peaking at 5 tomorrow, high in the 50s to mid-60s, 60 to about 70 Wednesday, 54 in Garden Grove, 55 Santana, East local, 5 24-hour wind turns, high medium.
Montebello, there is a work zone, 62 south of Finley to Rose Street Boulevard, 3 right lanes here. Shut down for road work until 6. And these terminus, this is on the 101 southbound at the 405. Clean up through Sherman earlier today, taking up the right lane there. Watch the way from Ascol. And in Orange, there is a work zone, 67 northbound from Jackson to Cadella Avenue. 2 right lanes here. Shut down for road work until 5. Stay alive, the sky hooks get to death Oscar on Brian Van.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life and teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join host Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule is to travel is to let the field drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, yeah, when you take the tactic, it'll allow you to travel more. You're doing it for much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Growing a business brings pressure. It's not easy to maintain momentum and still keep employees engaged. Fortunately, there's Inspiring. The scalable HR solution helped me with hiring, training, HR administration, and communication. When my people are able to thrive, my business can adapt and prosper. With Inspiring, nothing seems impossible. Inspiring, HR that makes a difference.
AFI, AM 640. Jennifer brought in an ice cream kitten. What are you doing? Ordering takeaway out. I'm fine with you paying for it, but how much was it? 35 bucks, way overpriced. Well, the ice cream was way overpriced. I don't know anybody who would $30 for an ice cream. Bill, so are you going to eat some of it? Oh, God, yeah. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I always get behind the guy who's never used a pump in his life. He's 8 years old. He looks at it like it's some kind of robot. No idea where to put the card in. He doesn't know where to put the gas in his car. Come on, buddy. You've never done this before. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. It's your first time at the pump. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Well, where you go to get Pedialyte, you can't buy Tito's vodka, a 12-pack of beer, and Pedialyte, right? Because the guy knows that you're just a rager and you're out of control. So you gotta buy binkies and diapers for Tim Conway Jr. Show. And you gotta slide in the Pedialyte. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6531. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll be back with final calls with Zen Cryer, the Growth, author of your inner GPS system, in a moment. Next hour, the Christopher Columbus, will he the first to get to the American, or maybe one of the last? Think about that. We'll be talking with James Bunch about that on Coast to Coast. Have you signed up yet to become a Coast Insider so you'll never miss a show?
This is Lisa. I'm a Coast Insider because I can't always stay up to listen to Coast to Coast Live. The Insider lets me listen to it first thing in the morning, and sometimes even when I'm at work. Hey, it's Mike from North Carolina, and I'm a Coast Insider, and if you're like me, you get a little sad each time the live show ends at night, but that's okay, because I can listen to the show anytime, anywhere, right on my phone. I'm Dawn from Gunning Beach, Oregon. I'm an insider. Living in a little
Anytime, couple ways to sign up. Our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top, it says Insider. Fill out that information, and you are in. The other way is to download our free Coast to Coast AM app from your app store. And when you've got the app downloaded to your phone, click profiles and subscriptions, and you can sign up that way. Also available if you live in Canada or worldwide. Now, here's something for you to recheck. HealthyLooking.com has a combination of products to help with everyday stress, fatigue, and moodiness, while increasing energy and stamina, plus helps to fall asleep easier and more soundly while losing weight. It elevates in the morning for energy and focus, then accelerates weight management and sleep combo before bed for a great full night's sleep.
I've maybe gotten 4 to 5 hours sleep max a night. I'm sleeping between 6 and 7. I wake up to use the bathroom, but I go right back to sleep, which has never happened before, which is pretty awesome. I noticed a higher level of happiness. I also noticed that I wasn't taking naps. I had more energy. I was more in the moment with my kids. Like, we were laughing more. We were more excited. Every single person needs to feel this. I lost 10 pounds and 5.5 inches off my waist, and I'm so proud of myself. It gives you energy to help you sleep better. It just works. I stand by it 100%. I was trying a handful of medications to help me sleep, to help me be happy, tons of therapy. When I'm ready to go to sleep, I'm getting 7 to 9 hours of sleep every night to wash some pounds.
George's Power Pack.
I'm sorry that happened to you. That's very unfortunate. I'm glad that you got much where you need to be. I hope that you're able to recover everything as soon as possible. That sounds like a huge pain in the ass, especially the ID and the deadness.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com or toll free 800-394-9930. That's 800-394-9930. Jump on board now for better focus, less stress, a great full night's sleep, and weight loss with George's Power Pack exclusively at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
If you want to improve your marksmanship, you need what is called a Mantis X. The Mantis X can improve your abilities dramatically, and it's a must-have for every responsible person. The Mattress X is a high-tech, easy-to-use system used extensively by the military, improving their aim quickly and giving them the confidence in their ability to shoot. You attach the Mattress X to your firearm and connect it with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth. It gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to correct your technique. The Mattress X is like a firearms instructor in your pocket, with 94% of them is improving within 20 minutes using Mattress X. The best part is, you can use this at home. The best in the world do what is called dry fire practice at home, and the Mattress X is the best way to train. No driving to the range, spending money on range fees and ammo. You save a ton of money and improve. Start improving now. It's your MantisX.com. That's Mantis X, MANTIS, X.com.
Poor Sam was a mess. Always itching, licking his paws, was searching what he had. Ball spots on his back. D-I-N-O-D-I-C-E. 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynamite is nutrition. Dynamite is the best thing you can use for your dog. How do your dog will be? I get my Dynamite from DINOVICE.com.
That's the Houston 11 but he's trying to convince us he's gone insane.
Therefore, incapable being escaped.
Edward, I'm a human. No control. We'd like you to go. You barely answered it all. I'm keeping that thing without her.
And welcome back. George Story with you. Zen Claire, the book with us, author of the Your Inner GPS. Where do people get your book, Zen?
They can get it on Amazon. It's the best, surest way to get it. Yeah, and we also are on Audible now. So if you want to...
Super. Now, does the GPS system within ourselves turn on automatically, or do we need to mentally do it?
It's always on within every moment of your life, and has been since you were born. The difference is not days. To start to tune into it, and life changes dramatically.
Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Mike in Las Vegas. Welcome to the show. Michael, thanks for holding. Go ahead.
Yeah, how you doing? Basically, I've been working with a couple of guys for a while. It's been a couple of years. They're supposed to have a business deal going on, and they offer me a good payday, basically paycheck to work for them. Is that going to happen this month at all, or is it ever going to happen?
I'm getting that it's not going to happen. They are putting all their eggs in one basket over and over again, and they're not continuing to look for deals. They don't really know what they're doing, and so it'd be better if you moved on quickly. And I hate to tell you that because I know you put in a lot of time. And also, don't ever work for free again.
So you don't think it's going to happen at all?
No. Unfortunately, I know that's a big positive.
Well, you don't hold back, do you?
No.
Okay, well, Michael, good luck.
So much for
Hi there.
And congratulations on WBAL. That is incredible.
Great thing. 50,000 watts plus BFM.
Yeah, it is a legendary station. And Jen, I want to thank you so much for your timely presentation this evening. It's been absolutely incredible. And I just had actually a comment and a question. So I wanted to talk about this incredible segment on Dr. Phil earlier, actually, where he had about 4 or 5 younger people who were going through extreme loneliness on. And he was basically asking them, why do you feel lonely? And, one of them said basically, because when we go on social media, we see all this, crazy bad stuff going on in the world. It makes us feel like, when the opportunity kind of presents itself, we talk to someone in public, we revert back to what we saw on social media that kind of was scary or bad. So my question would be, how can people use the internal guidance system to kind of have a renewal of confidence to each other?
Yeah, that's a great question because I think that's my most important mission. First of all, we're never alone. And when you start using your ideas and you realize that it's paying attention to you all day, every day, and giving you guidance, that there's something inside of you that cares about you and that wants, and you can feel it. Like the opening feels loving and compassionate and caring, and there's no judgment in the guidance that you're being given. So number one is connecting back to this part of ourselves. It's really important. We believe that we're disconnected and we're not. It's right there inside of us. That's number one. And then number two, a lot of what we're witnessing out there in the news and in the media is made to make us feel afraid and isolated. It's actually curated that way. And I'm sad to say that. It doesn't matter what side of an issue that you're on. When you listen, basically it's the same message that we're not okay and everything's falling apart over and over and over and over again. Here's the new thing for you to be concerned and worried and fearful of. And fear is always closing, which means it's not true. I am unbelievably optimistic about where we're going of our human evolution that will help write our listing of our giant ship here, little spaceship Earth here. And I've seen it happen over and over again quickly in people's lives in all areas. So it really is about getting back to this thing that we're born with that's inside of us, that loves us, that is guiding us towards our ultimate happiness.
Then is there a common denominator with the GPS system within people?
Common denominator, meaning?
There's some similarities that always crop up.
Yes, absolutely. There are statements that are absolute truth for everyone, and here's a few of them. Number one, you will always have what you need before you need it, always. Number two, everything that's happening to you is happening because it's important to happen to you, and it's the best thing that could have happened. That you are always on the right track, even when it feels like you're not, even when you're following closing. There is an energy that's consistently working to have your life move toward where you're supposed to be. It's like you get off in the weeds and there's this tether that pulls you back towards your path, no matter how far off in the weeds you get. It's constantly trying to get you back there. And this opens everybody, and when you start to realize this, you stop reacting to the situations around you in such a deep, dire way, and you start having a bigger awareness and wisdom and discernment about it. And these things are always true. It's just that we don't know them yet.
Next up, we've got Renee with us in California. Welcome to the show. Hey, Renee, go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, I was wondering, how do you said that you always have what you need before you need it. So how do you know when you're going to be on the right path? Or for example, I recently sold my 2 houses and I need to buy another house. But everything has been going wrong every time I think I found the right house. It's just so tough.
Good, that's wonderful. We will get blocks put in our way if we're about to move forward on something that's not a perfect choice for us. And so when things are going awry, see it as a good sign that you are being highly paid attention to by God in the universe, and you're being told, no, not this one, not this one. So slow down. And what I would say is start reassessing. I know you have to reinvest in, there's all these things that need to happen for capital gains and yada, but really reassess what it is that you're looking for. There's something that you're missing in what would be perfect for you. You're shortchanging yourself a little bit on your dreams. And there's a few reasons for that. One is you continue to hold a certain amount of money back because you're afraid of investing it in a particular way. And also the market is shifting. And so it could also be, it's also looking like there's a timing issue too. And you're not wanting to wait for various reasons, which we won't get into. But you definitely, there's timing that's happening and you're not going for it in a way that you should just by getting up.
Timing sometimes seems to be everything.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Renee, please take heed. I mean, housing, I think, is going to go down even more. Right?
Yeah, it's going to go down all the way. We're going to see a shift, but it won't be like we've had in the past 5 years.
Now, when you're giving people these answers, Is that coming from Zen with experience, or is you tapping into your own GPS system?
I'm an intuitive. I'm a claircognizant, and so I get answers that drop in, and then I check them with my ideas to make sure I'm open. That's the only way I know that the information I'm getting is true. And when the two are aligned, then I get the answer.
Next up, we go to Butch, east of the Rockies in Davenport, Iowa. Butch, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Hi, George. I listen to you on WOC Davenport. This was the second radio station in the country after Katie's family who invented chiropractic. Lee J. Palmer invented the radio commercial. WOC stands for Wonders of Chiropractic. You're also on the other Palmer station, a 50,000 watt full channel WHO Des Moines with hands only.
Yep.
Coded yes. My son, my significant other, my best friend in the whole world, was run over and killed in Des Moines on December 27th last year. Is he waiting somewhere for me?
He's not waiting for you, because he loves you, and he's right there, but he's not waiting for you. You are still very important in the things that the people that you know in your life. There's these little beautiful things that you do for people around you that is incredibly important for you to continue. And so he's there, but you're not done.
No rush to get there.
Nope.
That's what I tell a lot of people. You know, you don't have to be afraid of the afterlife, but when we're in no rush to get there.
That's right.
So have your fun here, but he'll be waiting for you.
He will.
John in Oakland, California is with us. Hey, John, go ahead.
So, a few callers back, my woman was saying that she was a painter, and all for years. I've been having a similar kind of thing over the past couple of years where I feel like I just like shut down on a lot of things like that. I don't feel I'm still feeling the future.
You just don't have it in there. He's breaking up a little bit then, but he picked up most of it.
Yeah. So your art is you to express something different, and you're seeing it in a commercial way, but there's something else. And I hate to say this because I don't really believe in negative or positive, but there is an ink that is to be expressed in your art before you can break through back into the commercial. And so focus your energy on taking your pain and putting it out there. And it will not create negativity. There's a fear about you not wanting to produce anything that's negative. It actually will be something that you're expressing that other people need to see to express how they're feeling. And so it's not that you're completely shut down, it's that you're not using your shutdown in a way.
Jim, first time caller, Clearwater, Florida. Jim, welcome to the show.
Hey, George.
Hey there.
Hey, Jen. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jen, I had an odd experience here. I feel like I was meant to do something more with my life, and I am not realizing what that is. In brief, I broke my back in 1996. I was pushed down a flight of stairs by an unseen force, shall we say. I had a near-death experience a year later. Came out of that, and I feel like I could be doing something more with my life. I thought it was making art, making film, and that doesn't seem to have panned out. I'm stuck. What should I be doing with my life that would fulfill my purpose and my intuitive gift? And where should I move to do that?
Well, you have a great segue because one of the things that I've developed for this particular show, this is the first time that I'm actually sharing this, is I'm gifting a 2-hour session, group session where we're going to go over your heaven's path, the tree, and you'll get to talk to me. And so I would encourage you to go to heavenscompass.com and sign up because I can't work with everybody tonight in this time period. But the purpose of the webinar is to find out what you're here to do so that people can get on their path. Because I fully believe that if we are all focused on finding using our ideas, finding what we're here to do, the contribution that we're going to make is what's going to recreate heaven here on earth. And every single person is significant, and every single person has a part to play. And a lot of us are shut down right now and not feeling, a lot of people are not feeling like they know what to do because things have changed so rapidly in the past 2 to 3 years that they're off kilter. And so the purpose of this webinar is, to work with people as well as run you through some exercises using your idea, find out what you're going to do so you can go on doing it. It's really important. It matters. So I'm glad you asked that question.
And then what happens next for this kind of inner GPS? How does it advance?
Well, it's so funny. Well, first of all, people come in because they have regular, Maslow's hierarchy needs, and then once those are solved, which happens rather rapidly, people begin to, every single day there's a contribution to be made. And when you just follow your ideas, it's called flow. You move from opening to opening to opening. And you become the person who creates miracles and magic in the world. You're the person who's there at the right time. You are doing what you need to do. And some are large things that they're contributing to and building and doing, and some are smaller things, but every single thing that you're doing, you can feel that you matter. You can feel that you're making a contribution that's important. And so what happens very shortly and quickly is that you're on a new life path where you're part of the solution, and it's just a natural, beautiful, happy way of being that you're in that just naturally creates harmony and health around you.
And like you posted your website, is this program going to start for people?
The first webinar is Saturday at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Coming up.
Yep, if you go to Heaven's Compass, and I will continue to add 1 to 2 a week until people are interested.
Then until next time, keep in touch.
All right, thank you, George. Great interview.
Take care of yourself. Remember that thing we used to sing in school? Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492? Well, I'm sure he did. But who came before him? That's next.
Now you can get show updates and connect with other Coast fans when you join the Coast to Coast AM Facebook page. Just go to facebook.com/Coast to Coast AM and click the like button.
You probably already know that Rosetta Stone is one of the best ways to learn a language. Did you also know that they offer a lifetime subscription to all 25 of their languages? Dabble in French, try your hand at German, learn a bit of Japanese, or even explore Swedish. And right now, you can get 40% off Rosetta Stone's Life to purchase once and learn for life. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule of travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, yeah. When you take the tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
That's what doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements. Not science, because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not some watered-down supplement. Makes sense, right? And it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support my immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and healthy weight loss. I don't eat as healthy as I should, I know, but that's why I take Field of Greens. Like me, you'll probably look and feel healthier fast and have way more energy. But your best proof will be at your next checkup when your doctor says, wow, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. Let me get you started with 15% off. Visit fieldofgreens.com and use promo code KFI. That's promo code KFI at fieldofgreens.com.
Portions of the following program will be recorded. If you didn't like that opinion, keep listening. We've got a few more.
You know what?
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. No video cameras in court. I'm Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Video cameras will not be allowed in the courtroom when former President Trump is arraigned in Manhattan. The judge's decision announced last evening in response to the request by media outlets and several lawmakers who would ask for an exception to New York's no video cameras in court law. And fellow photographers will be allowed to snap still photos several minutes before the arraignment begins. Trump is facing still unknown charges tied to a hush money deal with foreign actress Stormy Daniels before the 2016 election. The LA County Board of Supervisors has pulled a motion which would create programs that would keep criminals out of jail.
The depopulate and decarcerate proposal advanced by members of the board with the current humanitarian crisis. Famous chief Scott Fairfield says the board should have had the LA famous chiefs at the table before pushing the motion.
It appears that they were trying to speak it on without anybody knowing whether or not they knew we were at the event or not. I'm not sure.
Fairfield said he only learned of the proposal on Friday when many LAPD officers were participating in the annual Baker to Vegas police race. The motion was pulled from tomorrow's meeting, with board chair Janet Feinstein, she opposes it, and wants input from law enforcement before proceeding. The Shazzer KFI News.
This year's snowpack is one of the deepest on record.
Looking like this year's statewide snowpack will probably most likely be either the first or second biggest snowpack on record dating back to 1950.
The Department of Water Resources, Sean DeGuzon, says April snow depth was 126.5 inches and the snow water content was 54 inches, 221% of the April 1st average. One person has been killed and about 30 passengers have been hurt, many of them seriously, when a train came off the tracks between the Dutch cities of The Hague and Leiden. One of the train cars came to rest in the field next to the tracks. The Aztecs missed 14 consecutive shots in a more than 10-minute span of the first half, and after cutting Connecticut's lead to just 5 points, went scoreless for more than 3 minutes in the second half. San Diego State lost 76-59 to the Huskies in the NCAA basketball championship game. It was the Aztecs' first ever appearance in the title game. Stopping with us in KFI, gusty winds overnight. Sunny with highs in the upper 50s to mid-60s today, warming to around 70 Wednesday, low to mid-70s toward the end of the week. Breaking that. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy Singh.
Your traditional investments aren't so great right now. So how about investing in assets that not only hold their value, but are just outright fun to own? Have you ever wanted a Rolex but never thought you could afford one? Well, let me suggest Bob's watches. Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, and a whole lot more. They have them all. Buy, sell, or trade. They have a huge inventory of luxury watches, free overnight shipping on all orders, and a great selection of vintage Rolex watches, too. Bob's Watches, the trusted online store to buy or sell modern and vintage luxury pre-owned watches, and all watches are 100% authentic and independently certified. And now you get $200 off. Google Bob's Watches and my name, Bill Handel. Click the link at the top to get your discount automatically applied to your order. The watch experts Google Bob's Watches and Bill Handel.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life, teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule of cheap travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price was right, it should be. Right, yeah. When you take a tactic that allows you to travel more because you're doing it to come up with money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those at the PPP and nonprofits, even if you've had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com. Click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com.
Attention Southern California, TRILLIONAIRE is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEM2. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting. No one works harder than Semper does with esprit de corps and honor. Go solar American style. Declare
Declare your independence with TRUMAN, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Semper offers new furnace and AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Semper Solaris before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. Approved by expired 4 call 2023. PSW Director 8192. AM 640. AM 5 everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. AM 5, AM 640. More stimulating talk. AM 5, AM 640. More stimulating talk.
I just close my eyes, time for you. Time to take away my worries. Tomorrow,
Somewhere out there, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Well, we all know that Christopher Columbus got to the Americas in 1492, and of course history says he was the first. But was he? In a moment, we go live to Europe. James Martin with us. Uncharted is his word. Were there others before Christopher Columbus? Now here's something on everyone's mind: how to save money when inflation is out of control and prices are everything so high. One great place you can start is with something you know you can't do without, and that's your phone. Right now, if you switch to consumer cellular, you can save up to half on your wireless bill. How about that? That's right. Half on your wireless bill. And with consumer cellular, you can still get the same great coverage as the nation's largest premium carriers with 5G coverage for free. You don't lose anything except with the high wireless bill. Consumer Cellular has budget-friendly plans that start at just $20 a month. You can even add up to 6 people to your account for just $15 a month per line. Go to consumercellular.com/Norrie for a limited time. Get 25% off your wireless bill when you use promo code Norrie. Take advantage of it. That's consumercellular.com/Norrie. Use promo code Norrie for $25 off. Fun and Adventure has returned comics and graphic novels from Marvelous Entertainment, based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Sundell. Acclaimed comic creator Andy Pitts and his team are bringing that sense of wonder and thrills in straight-out action adventures like those great old comic book stories you remember in their line of titles. iWagon, Haunted Planet, Space Ranger, codename Atom Bomb, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Waggett Genius. Join them at iWaggett.com. That's iWaggett.com.
Execution's 11 p.m., but he's trying to convince us he's gone insane. Therefore, incapable during exile. You can put this to Edward. I'm a
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. James Martin is a British trade unionist, historian, economist, and lecturer. He has studied a wide range of fields, including industrial relations, equality, history and politics, astronomy as well. Has recently completed his degree to further his role as a lecturer. James has taught for a number of academic institutions. He's been a member and investigator of the Worsley Paranormal Group since its founding back in 2003. James describes himself as a history geek and a space nerd, and has dedicated a large portion of his more recent life to research into the Knights Templars, the Roman Empire, and the Western traditions of spirituality. James, welcome to the program. Looking forward to chatting with you.
Hi, George. Good morning. It's great to be on. I'm looking forward very much to speaking to you.
You're in France right now. Things calm down, or people still upset over this?
It's not the most expensive one yet, but I really think that it will be. And I want to know, Carl, I think that your CFC, that design that you have is going to be the most expensive. Sexuality, if you look at society for the last 100 years, or even before that, has only changed. There's no point at
beginning to see some problems with training calculations.
Especially when you're early in on the game like you are, it's going to be very, very popular, I think, in the future. And I really think that one in particular is going to be the hottest one. There's some other really great ones. There's a single one that I don't like, but that one is just so, ostentatiously sexualized that I just think that it should be very popular. So you better hold on to that one.
17, so we began discussing a mutual interest, which was in pre-Columbian discovery of the Americas. At the time, I was writing a thesis about how the North had traveled across the North Atlantic and began exporting unicorns. Which, as you can imagine, when you're discussing unicorns in public, people look at you somewhat strangely. Actually, the unicorns turned out to be normal, but it further day discussion around. And by about 2018, he'd agreed for me to edit the book, and it became apparent that there were a few additions and maybe a few changes, which he agreed to, but in those Tim Floyd Murphy-esque style. Says, James, dear boy, you can add whatever you like, I can always take it away. Shortly before he passed, he asked me to complete the book, and really, this is where we are today in April 2023, with the book having just been released on Amazon.
Well done. Now, history says that Christopher Columbus got to the Americas in 1492. But you don't think so. Tell me why.
Well, in 1492, Columbus discovered nothing new. Firstly, there were native populations in the Americas anyway. Yeah. So you could argue that they perhaps have the claim to having discovered the Americas first. There is so much evidence to show not just speculative evidence, hard evidence that Columbus wasn't the first. I mean, Columbus demonstrated crossing continental North America. He landed in the Caribbean, for example. United Nations have a UNESCO site in Canada of Larsa Meadow, Jellyfish Cove Communion, which I think in 1960 was discovered a Viking settlement, a ship repair facility found in England. Now, that's unquestionable. So if mainstream historians were wrong about Columbus, because we know about the North, for example, just how many other cultures may have arrived in the Americas before even the North in 1000 AD.
I remember in school, Thor Heyerdahl did his Kon-Tiki demonstration where he proved that it was able to get across the ocean. Is that how they got here?
Yeah, I mean, if it's just take the North, specifically, the North were very famous for the Vikings. Viking is a job title, so it means explorer, roughly. If you take the word Vikings in North interchangeably, just for argument's sake, they island hopped to study, ended up in Britain, then up to the Faroe Islands, just north of the island of Great Britain, then to Iceland, then to Greenland, and as I say, now we know, to Canada at least, perhaps even northern United States. So the idea of island hopping is a relatively safe way of travelling because you're never more than 2-3 days out of sight of land, which is exceptionally useful if you're taking the northern route across the Atlantic and such things like provisions, water, etc., etc. And we know that the vessels were quite manoeuvrable, relatively sturdy. Yeah, there's been many demonstrations of replica long boats sailing across the Atlantic, arriving in the United States, thinking that the cargo was in the late 19th century.
I'm in the same boat, so I'm say that you get to a certain point where it's like, okay, well, now what?
Immigrants to the
it's like, there's a lot of money involved here. How do I know that they're just not taking that information and putting it in their bank account? There's a lot to
the world. We know it is certainly possible, yeah.
Now, who do you think might have been the first, outside of the indigenous people who were here, were the first to discover the Americas?
Well, there's many, many people who can lay claim to that. I suppose, for me, I would be relatively settled on the ancient Egyptians. The ancient Egyptians referred the pharaoh Nefri, sent an expedition overseas to an unknown destination called the Land of Punt. Now, there is a view that the Land of Punt is actually, in say, Somalia, but the description of a very fertile place, a land of fountain, of plenty, doesn't really tie in with the notion of Somalia, which is, it can't really be described as that. We know that the 2600 BC, there were further explorations on in 2460 BC, a Chestnut expedition in 1470 BC, and it's done at Thompson amongst the and some of that is based upon ancient scripts that were used by the people of Libya and of Crete. Some of those scripts have been found in the Amazon River basin. We've probably, on top of a number of other very interesting discoveries, such as corn crops, that have been discovered in
when something called WYSI, what do you get?
One of the things in the research book that surprised me was again from the response to back in the 1970s, having covered over 400 on costs in carving
some type of idea, is able to, once they went on blockchain and know that it's correct. I'm in the same spot, the same idea. I've published apps on the App Store and Google Play. If you're still at a certain point, up to someone else's code, and you have to trust it. But when it can be just incredible amounts of money and one little line of code could accidentally be a back end to somebody else's bank account, is very good for the average person. And so I look forward to that type of coding. Perhaps, if would actually just go front lines like that. It's like no one's clear like that. It was essentially like, hey, this is this how you log on, and basically when you want to put something on the blockchain, this is how you do it, and it's all open source or something like that. Until we have that, you have to always have a developer, right? That's a difficulty that people are going to have when they kind of mainstream acceptance. But I'm glad to hear that I'm not the only one who has it sounds like absolutely everyone does, which is how you know.
Addictions may have been nearly 7,500 years ago.
How many of them do you think came to the Earth from Egypt?
Well, I wouldn't suggest it's a mass migration, but certainly to trade. I'll just say this about the corn cups just very quickly. I prefer to boil mine rather than grill them. I know some people listening are thinking that's absolutely revolting, but hey, the one thing that you notice if you boil corn cups is that they sink to the bottom of the pan, they don't float. You can run wild the idea that we have corn cups floating over the Atlantic Ocean because they would have sank, and even if they could float, the salt water would have destroyed them. But I think what we're really referring to is trading vessels, maybe a few hundred, maybe even a few thousand if we built them up over the thousands of years. Perhaps going to Central America, maybe also further north, who knows. But yeah, there's just so much evidence of names. That has been found, in the British Museum, for example. Many depictions of names have been found again on some of the artifacts there. So where did it come from? The only place that is grown in this stuff is in the Americas. And no, the book isn't based upon, an agriculture meal at all. There's plenty of other evidence, but it is quite striking just how much human myth, not to mention the depictions of names found at Rockland Chapel just outside of Edinburgh.
And how advanced do you think these ancients were?
Well, incredibly, if I can just go off script slightly to answer that.
Sure.
We think of ourselves today as being exceptionally advanced, and that any society that came before us is somehow inferior, not as advanced, and it's just not true. If we go to some of the caves in southwestern France, the caves of La Croix of Neo, what you find in Bellinaire, visited some of the bigger in one of these caves there are depictions of hunting scenes of people trapped in cave paintings. These paintings are the dark behind us division of a place called Neo, was 6 kilometers, I believe that's about 3 miles off there.
I don't want to launch it and not know absolutely everything that's going on in that boat. And until I can, I don't have a phone with it. So, but I see that as something, especially with Amazon markets and NFT marketplace, they're going to make it easier. And if they don't, other people in the space, I mean, we just in the first AI, it started checking in November, and now it's 5 different lives. We're going to see different lives. Chances are there's some kind of a missing link out there, not necessarily our project, but in some projects out there. Unless you're like able to really read code very, very well, it's difficult to find some of this information. And even still, it could be like encoded, so you don't even really know what's going on with
the of a caveman. It's been very simple. These were Homo sapiens facing, they thought like us. They might have had a different view of the world to us, but they thought like us. And I think we insult them by suggesting they're somehow not as advanced. To bring us back on track to answer directly, if we just take like wine, honey, olive oil, very important for people.
Was it for the cruise?
It wasn't just for a cruise, no. For example, olive oil, you would use to cook, you would use to clean yourself, used for lighting, that's actually important. So these are not just for the crew, these are for trade.
Okay.
Going into the Mediterranean port.
Did they expect initially other people to be wherever they were headed?
Certainly, initially, yes. A lot of the Roman vessels, for example, were they were trading in the Middle East, right the way through to Britain. But I just want to give you an idea of how large the ships were. They could carry 560 to 650 tons of not just damper but grain. These are vast vessels. In fact, we know that the Emperor Caligula, who transported an obelisk from ancient Egypt, that was built in ancient Egypt to City's Road, had a capacity of 1,450 tons. These vessels are massive. They wouldn't be expanded up until really the 17th and 18th century. So, again, if we remove our idea that, trade was impossible across the Atlantic, the fact that these vessels
like
would allow them
99% of people
to
who have given
trade
trade sometimes
with the Americans.
things
And they were all made out of wood.
like my idea of like a reasonable person is maybe someone in high school or college at that age who needs to be able to figure this out or to become mainstream. I know I look for it to be like really advanced people. You both are very, very smart. You're too smart for this not to be very easy to do. And the same old thing, you got a creative mind. You could have put out a dozen projects by now, but we have this tiny little hiccup and we can't push the code. You're not the only person. I'm sure a lot of people in this room are definitely the same way. And you raise a really good point when you talk about having to be your own kind of multitasking coder and creator and all the other basic things that you have to do in Web3. And I really hope that makes it so that you don't have to learn all of these. Because really, you've been working at this, November before last. Okay, that's far too much time for you to have learned. Look, you've learned a lot through it, and your efforts are laudable, and definitely talk to you. And honestly, you've got more patience than most people to be able to go through all this. But really, we're to have massive options. There just needs to be an easier way. I'm sure there is. I'm sure we're maybe a year or two away from it. And once that happens, then people will be able to put outside the all the time.
With that, certainly more advanced in terms of navigation, in terms of astronomy. We wouldn't have to send satellites.
Absolutely. And hold on, we're at a break. We'll come right back and pick it up right there. Coast to Coast.
Never miss a detail on a show or a guest. Sign up for the Coast Zone email newsletter. Available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm Bree Tennant in the KFI 24-hour news journal. A former middle school teacher from Fontana has been sentenced to 10 years for sharing child pornography online. 31-year-old Jose Vidal must now pay $9,000 in restitution as well. He previously worked as a math teacher at Sandon Hills Middle School. 4 tourists have been found dead at the Mexican resort of Cancun. They were found near the hotel zone near the beach. No nationalities have been released. Officials say 2 suspects have been detained. Donald Trump is in New York at Trump Tower. He's expected to be arraigned at 2:15 this afternoon, East Coast time. New York City police say they've stepped up security to make sure he's safe on the streets and inside the courtroom. And Glenn Johnson says there's a live-action version of Moana in the works. South San Juan from KFI, mostly sunny, very gusty winds. So wind warning winds at 5 a.m. with highs reaching a low to mid-60s. Right now it's 50 in Dana Point, Garden Grove at 51, 45 in Arcadia, 44 in Valencia. Relief local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Penny.
There is a full three-way closure. This is on the 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview Road. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. In Industry, this is on the 60 westbound at the 605. You have cleanup crews from an earlier crash on the right shoulder. You're seeing delays from Crossroads Parkway. Montebello, there is a work zone. This is on the 60 eastbound from Finley to Rose Street Boulevard. All right lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. KFI, the Sky Helps get you there faster. O'Brien Day.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join host Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule of sea travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price was right, it should be. Right, yeah. When you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the 1979 statewide hospital in California for 1,000 of sterilization procedures. That's part of the Business Law. After 1979, this practice continued in state prisons. If you were left unable to have biological children after surgery while living in a state-run facility or while in custody of a California prison, you may be entitled to compensation. For a confidential application, call 1-800-777-9229. Deadline to apply is December 31st, 2022.
How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. AM5, AM 640. The people in prison committed the crime. Period. And that's all that matters. They're telling their history doesn't matter. They committed the crime. And gangs are in the business of crime. Gun and gun. They don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on AM5 and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. AM5, AM 640.
Believe it or not, when you're asking the right guy to look at this one, but I've noticed some different devices from him. So, there's different devices, but one in my internet. So, so we have 2 questions. One is what you use with
like a nightingale without a song to sing. Oh, why should I have spring fever when it isn't even spring? I keep wishing I was somewhere, walking down a strange street, hearing words that I have never heard from a girl I've yet to meet. I'm as busy with fire spinning daisies. I'm as giddy as a baby on a swing. I haven't seen the crocus or a rosebud or a robin on the wing. But I feel so gay in a melancholy way that it might as well be spring. It's my life where All you history buffs, we're going to take calls with James Martin next hour here on Coast to Coast, co-author with Tim Wallace-Murphy. The book is called Uncharted. It's about who came to the Americas first. It's an amazing story. We'll take calls with him next hour on Coast to Coast. Paranormal Base, 56 people shy of 158,000 members. Sign up and have some fun.
Yes, you can go to paranormalbase.com. Maybe you'll meet somebody pretty interesting. What happens if you desire a person of faith more mature, say 60 plus? Well, we've got you covered there too. Head over to paranormalbase.com/team. For those who are 60 plus, these are people that think like you. So we've got both paranormalbase.com and paranormalbase.com/team.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tom. Here's something to build up your mood.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Murray brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kits that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Murray with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and creating the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to do. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to stop. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of any stem and adaptogen together, supporting the body to feed. Any stem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptogen along with it, and more will heal within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Murray protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Have you ever wondered if we're alone in the vastness of the universe? Marvelous Entertainment has, and they've released the newest in science fiction that specifically deals with this question. Marvin Sunderland is a certified film novelist, science fiction genius, web developer, and of course the author behind a series of sci-fi novels that includes a 7-novel masterpiece bringing out the best of your imagination. Simply journeying with his friend Sergeant Waggett in search of a crashed alien spaceship that leads us to an alien invasion. So brace yourself with this war that's coming with Sergeant Waggett promises to take your imagination to marvelous heights. So take advantage. You get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels, and you use the coupon code Coast to Coast. All lowercase at marvelous.com. Marvelous.com. Hi everyone, it's MD from KFCO in Santa Cruz. We produce an amazing criticalhealthnews.com website that so many of you coast-to-coast listeners have come to respect and rely on for valuable health information that is not available in many other places. That is, we found 50 people get well without replacing one disease with half a dozen others in the process. At criticalhealthnews.com, we use education, logic, and common sense to help people understand that good health and long life are rooted in proper nutrition, not in toxic prescription drugs that cause side effects that are often worse than the original disease or condition. Check out the cool articles, videos, Doc Wallace and Carlos Stanley recordings at criticalhealthnews.com, where you can also order our premium quality products. Or you can call 855-949-7234 to talk to a real live, competent criticalhealthnews.com human. 855-949-7234. And welcome back to a story. James Martin with us. James, do you think Christopher others that came to the Americas way before him?
I can't see how he wasn't George to be fair.
It's still very complicated for your average Joe to
Discovery came from a professor at the University of Milan from the theatre. And he discovered a document that was produced around 1345 by a friar based in the Italian city of Milan, which, as I just clarified, is not near a port. This becomes important in just a second. The friar in the port is accompanied John Bunyan, Climate, that's as well what the song does. He has produced a series of works for the ruler of the city-state of Milan called the Chronica Universalis, as we discovered in 2013. Now, Climate was a Dominican friar, and was trying to find a sort of history of the city by taking personally discussions from traders from many different sources. He reports on the number of traders who have said, I mean, sort of power quote what he says when he translates it. He says that further northwards there's an ocean, these are many lands, which there are Balkans. These islands that are located so far north that the Pole Star remains behind you. He's referring to sailors that were trading with Genoa from the far away of Denmark and Norway. They refer to the islands of Iceland, of Greenland, and then there's this remarkable traction within the Pacific. There is also a land where those wine and fruit people live on milk and fish, and that they call Markland. Now, Markland was the north for one of the areas that they have Duckleburg discovered in North America. The other being Finland, and Hello, Finland being the sort of place of wine, the virtual place, Markland, the place of wood, and Helloland, the sort of barren stone-like, the vertical place. Now, the reason I bring this up just now is because usually traders are particularly effectively something an area that is pretty secretive about new trading locations. They didn't trust the monopoly that they might have on trade there. So the notion that in 1345, the people, in Milan, Noah and Venice, etc., were quite openly discussing various lands to the north and then to the west, would suggest that, it's an open secret, people understood it. Might not trade there as frequently, but they certainly knew of it. Now, if we just bring ourselves forward 150 years or so to the time of Columbus's voyage, it'd be hard to consider that someone who may have been Italian, may have been Spanish, exactly where he's from, that he wouldn't have picked things like this up. The states and countries were of course looking for new places to settle, to trade, especially as in Europe at this point. Europe's been ravaged by plague and disease and places from referring to a lot of problems with the food supply. There's a condition known as St. Anthony's fire that causes, it can kill you, but causes great sickness. It's really, really unusual that a Dominican friar, we know that Dominicans have networks around Europe. It's really, really difficult to consider even on that point that Sandra couldn't have had the intelligence given by the brand new Spanish state.
historians get so upset when you question the possibility that Columbus wasn't the first one.
Well, it's already started with this book. I was just reading some pretty savage remarks from some academics just this morning. I think they get upset because, my job is as a lecturer day to day, and there are certain things that I have to cover. Now, if I said, actually, all of this is nonsense, just ignore what I've said for the past 10 years, then I'd expect my employer to say, well, there's the door. So I think we have a little bit of that going on, which is, if you're teaching history and your job is dependent on teaching the narrative that you've been given, then, what's the choice there? Is it, you join the unemployment scheme, or you carry on repeating the nonsense over and over? I do think that began to change a little with the increasing access people have to the internet, to sharing ideas, and that is beginning to change a little. But I think it's that, and I also think that the country, states, depend upon their national foundation. So,
there's a holiday, Columbus.
well, yeah, I'm not entirely sure what's being celebrated. As I say, it didn't stop pushing what we call the United States. I'm not really too sure what the celebration is about. But, yeah, I think, if we take Brazil, for example, there is a diver, Robert Marks, and Robert Marks was diving in Brazil in a place that's called the Bay of Jars, and he had received a tip-off from, I think it was a fisherman, yes it was someone called Jose Roberto Teixeira in 1976. It was a tip-off that the Roman amphoray in the Bay of Jars, essentially at the opening to Rio de Janeiro harbour. Mark died. He's one of your countrymen. He was, I should say, a marine archaeologist and treasure hunter. And he takes pictures, and he was actually the Roman amphoray. And of course, when you make a discovery like that, you report it to the authorities. The dictator of Brazil at the time decided that the best thing to do was to remove Mark from the country and prevent any further case. He later returned, he related to that the very Navy had suggested there was a Roman galley previously in the harbour of Rio de Janeiro, and they pulled it up. And the reason for that is what the notion that the Portuguese in 1500 had settled and founded that country. There were some other arguments as well with this, mainly religious arguments. So a Catholic founder of Brazil, is very important to people with that faith in that country. Essentially, what Marx was alluding to was that a Roman pagan had actually discovered that country 2,000 years before the Portuguese had, which was considered blasphemous. So I think all of this in mind, you would interrupt a narrative, whether you're an amateur, whether you're a qualified archaeologist or historian.
They don't like it. They don't like it. They don't like it. Not at all. Let's talk a little bit of the Knights Templar.
Sure.
They were in possession of a shroud of Turin, weren't they, at one point?
It's certainly possible. I've heard that. I haven't looked too far into that, to be sure, but I have heard it mentioned before.
Who were the Knights Templar? What were they?
Well, I'm currently writing the trilogy that will answer that question, but I'll save you waiting. The Templars were founded in the early 12th century, maybe a little earlier. There were a group of knights that the founding story goes like this. There were 7 or 9 or 10 or 11, we're not really too sure, relatively elderly knights who went to the Middle East, went to Jerusalem, and started to dig under Temple Mount. And the myth says that they found something that they had hold over the Pope. The Pope then essentially, having been bribed maybe, gave the Templars the right to raise taxes, their own land, and they became incredibly wealthy.
Did they have found the Ark of the Covenant?
You know, just last week I was writing it in my second book, which is Order of Magnitude. They certainly could have, but if we just consider for a second, the Templars were in an area in Jerusalem where there were lots of stakes, and even today, a lot of forgeries that were being produced, a lot of relics. I mean, if you take the number of heads of John the Baptist, we've got 2 conclusions to make. Either some of them might not have been the head of John the Baptist, or he was a Hydra. Now, what might have happened, it might not have been the Ark of the Covenant that they found. It may very well be one of some of the Gnostic Gospels. For example, the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, being transcribed free. It might very well be that they found that, and that would certainly have held a lot more sway with the Pope than something that the Pope could have dismissed as a forgery. That Gospel suggests that the only way to access God is through yourself, which would then lead people to believe that, what is the point of the church then if we can access the divine for ourselves?
Are there any Knights Templar now, James? Or are they all gone?
They certainly continue. In Portugal and Spain, for example, in Portugal, the Knights Templar probably founded that country. They received a big name change. Spain and Portugal are still fighting. It's not Spain, it's Aragon and Castile and Portugal are still fighting for more. And so when Friday the 13th, 1307, the Crown soldiers are issued to seize and imprison all of the Templars across France, that interrupts the reconquista in the Iberian Peninsula. So Alfonso in Portugal has a massive argument with the Pope, and this is in letters, really quite funny after some of the language that's used. And they agree that the Knights Templar will simply change their name to the Order of Christ. And the Order of Christ is still with us today. Also, some of the Knights joined other orders, the Teutonic Order, the Knights of St. John the Hospitaller, some of which are still with us today. I think some of their practices are certainly with us, and there was a bit of a revival in the Victorian period of having more modern orders, the chivalry. So the answer to that is directly, probably not, but some of their traditions, definitely.
James, we're going to take a short break at the top of the hour here and then come back and take phone calls with you about these incredible discoveries. I'm told that they have found Egyptian hieroglyphs in the Grand Canyon here in North America. What do you think of that?
Yeah, it's again certainly possible. There's, if we accept that the Egyptians made it to Central
Hold on, James. We're at the top of the hour. We'll come back and chat more and take calls with you now.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com. It's no secret. As a college student, juggling classes, work, bills, and even taking care of your family can be tough. But you're tougher, and California community colleges offer the support you need to reach your goals. Resources like year-round financial aid, academic counseling, childcare, transportation, emergency housing, and even free groceries can make a big difference in staying enrolled. Get connected to the support you need to make your dreams a reality. Visit iCanGoToCollege.com.
Hey, Steve Sharp, if you're planning on going solar or even thinking about going solar, then listen up. Time is running out to secure the best possible solar reimbursement with the state of California. Last year, the state and your utility company got together and changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And as you can guess, it's not as good for you and me. In fact, it's about 75% less than the old system. The good news is there is a grandfathering period, and you can still permanently lock in those amazing rates. But time is running out. The deadline to have your solar documents filed is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux, and you call them today. Sunlux will walk you through how to lock in the current rate. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Call Sunlux and get your documents filed. There is no time to waste to lock in the best returns on solar power that you will ever see. Start today at sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. CSLB 10037. Live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night for the curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his feet. He's like Michelle strike. He's a raise. Michelle throws an elbow. He's swinging for the count. You should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires a sleep apnea treatment to give you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no home. Just learn more at InspiredSleep.com.
Inspired is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspiredSleep.com.
KMOX AM 640. KMOX live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I don't know what you're thinking, and I kind of like that. Keeps it fun.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Depopulate, recall. I'm Bree Tennant in the Data 5 24-hour newsroom. Over the weekend, LA County Board of Supervisors said they plan to depopulate jail populations by releasing some prisoners early. Yesterday, they said, never mind. They pulled the motion after residents voiced concerns about the plan. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson has announced the names of the 4 astronauts embarking on the Artemis 2 mission.
Your mission specialist, Christina Hammett-Coach. Your mission specialist, Jeremy Hansen. Your Artemis 2 pilot, Victor Glover. Your Artemis 2 commander, Reed Wiseman.
The mission will be to fly around the moon and back to Earth if all goes as planned. Artemis will take off November of 2024. Former President Trump is in New York at Trump Tower. He's expected to be arraigned at 2:15 this afternoon East Coast time. SUV in LA and Orange counties yesterday. The case began in Compton. The thief was able to activate the SUV's flashing patrol lights. Police cornered the vehicle. The driver, a woman, was wearing a T-shirt with security printed on the back. She's taken into custody. And the tax refund might be a few $100s less this year. The IRS says it's because of the end of pandemic-era federal payment program. They say you'll see about $360 less per person. And the CDC says stop eating bulk cookie dough. 11 states, including California, are now dealing with a salmonella outbreak. High wind warnings been issued for parts of SoCal, including Antelope Valley, Santa Clarita, and parts of Riverside and San Bernardino counties. It will expire around 5 o'clock this morning. Southland weather from KFI. Mostly sunny skies. Gusty winds continue. Highs in the low to mid-60s. Right now it's 50 in Dana Point. Garden Grove checks in with 51. 45 degrees in Arcadia and 44 in Valencia. We lead local from KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
Coast to Mesa. There is a full freeway closure to some 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview Road. All in the city. Step down for road work until 5. Heavy industry. This is on the 60 westbound after 605. We have good news. Earlier crash that wasn't rain has been cleared. Montebello, there is a work zone that's on the 60 eastbound from Finley to Rosemead. Downtown at the 3 right lane shut down for road work. You're seeing delays in that area. Say hi to Sky Hope Station there past Brian Band. Hey, all is being sharp. For emergency backup power, there is only one name you need to know. Duffy's Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for power in the most critical situations. Hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance services or an emergency rental, Duffy Power has you covered 24/7, 365. If you live or do business in Southern California, you know it's no longer a question of if the power is going to go down. It's only a question of whether you're just going to let it happen or take control. Taking control means it's time to call Duffy Power. To learn how to protect yourself from the next outage and all the ones after that, go to DuffyPower.com. DuffyPower.com. That's DUCHIE Power.com.
The House Money Podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule to travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right. Yeah, when you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You should choose your air purifier like your life depends on it because, well, it just might. The recent Ohio chemical disasters showed us toxic air threatens our health. ViralRabbi is the next generation in home air purification. It's specifically designed to wipe out airborne viruses, germs, and chemicals known to cause allergies, illness, and difficulty breathing. Even toxic fumes from a recent train derailment were no match for ViralRabbi. A single EnviroCleanse unit removed 99% of the dangerous compounds that were found in the homes near the chemical disaster. If it can clean the air after a toxic spill, imagine how it can help keep your family healthy. Only EnviroCleanse comes with a free air quality monitor. Visit ekpure.com and use the promo code Conway for 10% off your EnviroCleanse home purification unit. Plus, you get the free air quality monitor and fast free shipping. That's $150 savings. Visit ekpure.com, promo code Conway. ekpure.com, promo code Conway. Hello, Rolando. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday and Tuesday. And Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Now here's top reasons to visit Rolando.
It's not crazy. Get free and money chocolate bunny until now.
Number 2.
The legendary Bunny Mystery live this Friday.
And the number 1 reason.
With a quick bundle, there's time to chance to upgrade your rating. When you earn 500 points on the reward cup, the 10th or 11th.
Rolando, good time. This is Jacob Amon. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And we're going to take your calls this hour with James Martin, author of Uncharted. His website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. When banks fail, when bonds are devalued, and when the stock market is in turmoil, you'll be glad you own some gold. Something you can hold physically in your safe at your house, and now you can also hold it in a retirement. That's right. In fact, if you have an old IRA or 401k that's tied to a risky stock market, the physical IRA is precious now, and the Birch Gold Group can help you own physical gold in a tax-sheltered account. I've known Birch Gold for a long time. They're good people. We've done on the show several times. Just text the word Coast to 989898 and get a free info kit on gold. There's no obligation to educate yourself on how to diversify in this highly volatile market. With an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, thousands of happy customers, and countless 5-star reviews, you can trust Birch Gold to give you honest advice in protecting your savings with gold. Text Coast to 989898 and find peace of mind in gold. Fun and Adventure has returned comics and graphic novels from Marvelous Entertainment, based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Sundell. Acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish and his team are bringing that sense of wonder and thrill in straight-out action adventures like those great old comic book stories you remember in their line of time. iWagon, Arctic Planet, Space Rangers, codename Atom Bomb, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Waggett Jr. Join them at iWaggett.com. That's iWaggett.com.
Execution's 11 p.m., but he's trying to convince us he's gone insane.
Therefore, incapable of being acted.
On April 15th, Edward, done perfectly. I'm a demon. No control. It's time to tell you what it is to be like the devil. The fairy has to be the arm that he has to be the doctor. He can do it before he wants.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with James Martin, his book Uncharted. James, where do people get your book?
Okay, if you do a Google search, James Martin and Charles or from Charles Morris Murphy, you'll see all the links. So Amazon, Target, plenty of other full bookstores, as well as if you don't want to read, you can download the book to listen to on audible.com.
Back to the temples for a moment. How close were they with the Pope of the Vatican?
There is a description of the Knights Templar by someone called William of Tyre, who really didn't like them. He described them as the Pope's private army. I don't think you can get much closer than that. That might actually be one of the reasons for their eventual downfall, being so close to the Pope. But yes, they reported not to accept their things, but they also reported directly to the Pope, or I should say the Grand Master of the Order did.
When Columbus finally got to where he was going, did the natives of that moment tell him there were others before you?
Well, not with Columbus, but certainly with some of the voyages after Columbus, yes, they referred to the white man, so we know in, for example, in Canada, there's plenty of references to that, and the Central American population, they referred to having met and see some of those have got exceptionally African appearances, as well as some with very European features. And again, you see in that area, in fact, all crossing managers report through, the voices from the white man, but I've just wondered from contact in which dialogue was established. I'm happy to be collected on them.
All right, let's go to the phone for you, Joe in the Bronx. Welcome to the program. Hello, Joseph.
How are you, George?
Okay.
Good. Okay. I wanted to know, I know you mentioned briefly that the message was evolved into the order of Christ, and I believe it's the order of Jesus Christ, if I'm not mistaken. Was that order made so by King Pedro of Brazil? And also, concerning the Rosados, they were known for their swift sportsmanship in terms of the King Charles III, right? And also, they were recruited by Napoleon Bonaparte to serve in his army. Have you heard of the Rosado? I'm sorry, the Rosado family? Well, not familiar with that family. There was a really good question about the order of Christ. That was established in Portugal around the 1320s, and they a lot of the temple rites were borrowed heavily from the Cistercian order. So what we see is a continuation of that Cistercian order through the order of Christ. There may very well have been in Brazil and other orders later down the line, but specifically the order of Christ. No, I'm not familiar with the Rosados. I think certainly that's my research. If you want me to get back in touch with you, you can get in touch with me on info@newremedies.org. There's some details on the Coast to Coast site. I'm not familiar with them directly though now.
What do we know about Columbus when he went back to Spain? What did he tell them?
Well, he discovered a new land, Spain, as though it just been founded. Again, it's very curious that they were commissioned Columbus to go in 1492. Spain didn't exist at the start of that year. It was two kingdoms of Aragon and Castile. The marriage of the heads of those two states, Ferdinand and Isabella, unified the Iberian Peninsula by Portugal into Spain. And what we see in 1492 is the final reconquest of the south of what we call Spain today, the Iberian Peninsula, the Moors. This is an Islamic state in Al-Andalus. They are forced out back to Morocco in 1492. The Spanish then, the unified states, expelled the Jewish population in very, very barbaric circumstances. And in fact, there was some suggestion in my research that Christopher Columbus may in fact have been Jewish himself or his family, and converted his surname in so might actually link to that. But when he gets back to Spain, it's new discovery. It's not too long after, about 20 years, that the Pope then divides the new world between Portugal and Spain, something that the other European powers weren't too happy about. I should just say, George, what happened with that, though, is a lot of European powers then stake a claim to the New World. So the Tudor dynasty in England, who originates from Wales, then begin to suggest that the Welsh, after the first six, have discovered the Americans. There's very little evidence for that, I have to say, unfortunately. But it was used as a land claim by
How long did Columbus stay in the Americas?
Not that long. I mean, you've got to remember he's traveling, so we're talking about a few months. He's surveying islands around the Caribbean. I actually think he wasn't that great as a seaman. I think if he did indeed have a map, it's possible that he had a map of the Americas from the north. It maybe even through the Sinclair family, who knows. But if he did, I think he missed where he was meant to go. And the reason he ends up in the Caribbean before then sailing back. So a few months, really.
And how long was the trip by sea?
It took in his just between 4 and 6 months. The exact time escapes me, but general travel time is about 4 to 6 months. And you've got to bear in mind that the conditions that they were sailing in were appalling. There was no understanding of bacteria, nor in fact the vitamin C, the scurvy, things like this were absolutely rife on those ships, and they were relatively flimsy vessels too.
And storms too. I'm sure they encountered storms along the way.
Absolutely. So yeah, the conditions were really poor. It starts with Spain, just to move back to your previous question, George. Spain hears rumours of the so-called El Dorado, these places that are built in gold, and that was one of the wonderful leaks, really, with a desire they call the riches. Unfortunately, that actually leads to the decline of the Spanish Empire, because having a limited number of gold keeps its value. But Spain found out when it had lots of it, the value of the gold decreased, and that's their economy, which it's interesting. Interesting as to what they saw ultimately destroyed things.
Next up, Cynthia in Massachusetts. Take it away. Hi, Cynthia. Cynthia, you there? Oops. Let's go to David in Ottawa, Canada. Hello, David.
Hello, George, and thank you both for taking my call. Just a quick video. I want to focus on this around James mentioned the prices. And my recollection, I'm from Newfoundland, actually. And in my recollection, the northern part of Newfoundland was also referred to as Vineland. It was occupied by the Vikings at the time. And they did have the northern route. The fellow who landed in Labrador, Labrador and across the country, was Lee the Leopard. Yeah. He served as one of the Reds. Now, I wanted to ask Jim another thing. Have you done any research or covered any about Irish philosophy who would set themselves adrift to bring the gospel to wherever they happen to land? And are you going to particular to bring them? So said you have landed in Newfoundland. There is an island off the coast of Newfoundland named Kingsland, exactly. And there's very some record, I'm sure, in Kingsland. Have you found that in your research?
Yeah, absolutely. Firstly, yes, you've got Lee Harrison, from editor in Lauder, the Red. When the North was exploring Iceland, what they found was a group of Irish monks, hermits, who, very quickly saw which way the wind was blowing and retreated back to Ireland. and he ran the 6th century around about this time. He described a long voyage to a land that was far beyond the horizon, of which he referred to as paradise. And in a Irish vessel known as the Curragh, which is a boat with leather skin sort of strapped over the wooden frame, with a crew of between 18 and 150, and again the accounts are different. It just depends on which story that you take about St. Andrews. He discussed he sails off into the Atlantic, talks about towering crystal pillars that were afloat in the oceans. Now, I'm sure anyone listening who's already thinking of all these crystal pillars floating in the ocean sounds suspicious of like icebergs. He referred to an island with the size of Oxford, giant even, and fireballs that smell like rotten eggs. Now, again,
Good morning, Cheesebug. Am I tripping? Do you have a question mark before your name now?
well, it might very well be that Brandon could have taken the same route that the North did. Now, this is just a little bit interesting for Brandon. So, this is a story about the lead, I should say.
I'm actually a BTFP rabbit as well. I have 2 NFTs, and that's one of them. That was actually the first one I was ever given. I did not know that's what you're supposed to do.
Also refers to Fortune Islands. Now, historians tend to associate that with the Canary Islands. However, we know that the Canary Islands were referred to into Canaria, the land of the gods. So why would they have these other isles named the Fortune Islands on top of that? It would make too much sense.
Well, it certainly did. I knew something was off, but now I know.
The thing who was an Irish man and was major hailed from a place called Cumbria, with a Celtic part of North England. Just a key question with human anecdote. Tim told me about bunker stickers he's seen that he enjoyed, which was God only invented alcohol to prevent the Irish from taking over the world. And whilst that's rather quite sardonic, it is a rich tradition in Irish culture that Brendan perhaps discovered. It's not Iceland and Greenland, but perhaps Canada.
Let's go to Teresa in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Hi, Teresa. Welcome.
Hi, George. Nice to talk to you again, and I'd like to say thank you for serving.
Thank you.
And James, well, it's only been faster, but that was a great Irish quiz, too. On the Brendan part. But I was wondering if, what do you think happened in Maya?
The mind anyway, with the mind is a silly deep part, really. We know that with alongside some other cultures, there's perhaps some pointing to the water supplied by burying the dead within it. The way that we know that descendants of increased smallpox from the European settlers, which they didn't have any in the UK. You could describe that, and I'm not against it, by the way. This is what European genocide against some of the Central American civilizations. But I don't know, it's the stuff about the water being contaminated and sort of mass suicide and all that. I've heard of some links, even with that calendar, on the belief of any time. So that remains very much open to me.
James, we're going to hit a break pretty soon, but can people get a hold of you through your website?
Yeah, of course. The website is newrunning, www.newrunning, that's NEWRBMNIES.org. The best email to get in touch with me and my partner with research is info@newrunning.org.
When does the Knights Templar one come out?
Well, I'm currently at 60,000 words, so I'm going to suggest it won't be this year, but perhaps early next year.
It is an amazing story, though, isn't it?
This book is writing with me. It's taking me into some very, very interesting places and with some really crucial primary evidence of, for example, the Catholics and Jewish brothers donating their land to being Catholic Templars.
Fantastic. We're going to come back and take final calls with you in a moment on Coast to Coast Station.
Join the Coast to Coast AM Facebook page with thousands of members. It's great for show updates and connecting with other fans. Go to facebook.com/Coast to Coast AM and click the like button.
I'm Brittany. In the KFI 24-hour news room, NASA has announced the crew for the Artemis mission.
Your mission specialist, Christina Hammett Cook. Your mission specialist, Jeremy Hampton. Your Artemis 2 commander, Reed Weissman.
Pilot Victor Glover learned to fly at Marine Corps Air Station Miramar in San Diego and will now become the first black astronaut to ever participate in a lunar mission. Former U.S. Assistant Attorney General Nathan Hoffman has entered the LA County District Attorney's race for the growing list of candidates running against George Castro, election in November 2024. And a high wind warning has been issued for the Antelope Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, and parts of Riverside and San Bernardino counties. It was fired 5 a.m. Southside weather from KFI, mostly sunny, gusty winds, highs in the low to mid-60s. Whitehall 50 in Westminster, 52 in Huntington Beach, Hollywood at 50, and 43 in Thousand Oaks. This is local from the KFI 24-hour news room. I'm Bree Tennant.
Team Cook Mesa, there is a full freeway closure. 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview Road. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in the city's industry, the exit 2. Further effect on 60 westbound at 605 has been cleared from lanes to drive up the full speed in that area. Montebello, there is a work zone 60 eastbound from Pinley to Rosemead. 3 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. KFI and Skyhook taking their Master O'Brien van. If you're planning on going solar or even thinking about going solar, then listen up. Time is running out to secure the best possible solar reimbursement in the state of California. Last year, the state and your utility company got together and changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And you can guess it's not as good for you and me. In fact, it's about 75% less than the old system. The good news is there's a grandfathering period, and you can still permanently lock in those amazing rates. But time is running out. The deadline to have your solar documents filed is April 14th. So how do you do that? It starts by calling Sunlux. Call them today. Sunlux will walk you through how to lock in the current rate. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Call Sunlux and get your documents filed. There is no time to waste to lock in the best returns on solar power you will ever see. Start today at sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. DSLB 100
How's money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join host Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule is travel is to let the deal drive a destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but it's right to be right. With when you get the package, it allows you to travel more. If you're doing it, how much money?
the lineup. National Tuesday is coming, so I'd like to put the rules for Monday and Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Now I'll give a top region for the leaders.
It's not crazy. You don't tell your mom and Papa Sunny. It's so nice.
Number 2.
The legendary game is live in fire.
And the number 1 reason.
With a full comeback, it's time to catch up with the rating. When you earn 500 points on the reward card, the 10 to 11.
Toronto, start time. AM5, AM640, AM5, AM640, AM5, AM640. More stimulating talk. It comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coastcoastam.com. To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the city of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
On our next Coast to Coast program, Elder Taylor joins us to talk about questioning spirituality with a question mark, and then later on, Neil joins us to talk about death and dying on Coast to Coast. Make sure you're part of the program. Beyond Belief, that is our television show, and we invite you to go to beyondbelief.com to watch the program. And if you head over there right now, you get some ad-free episodes, a 7-day free trial, and you can sign up for the spring manifestation event. Now, it's a free online summit, and it'll give you access to free videos and much more. It is time sensitive, so it ends in 2 days, April 8th. You want to get over there, beyondbelief.com. And of course, our YouTube channel up and running, and you can go to Coast AM Official at YouTube. That's what it's the search bar. That'll find some great shows. The first YouTube channel around interviews with recent and past shows, and they're all free. So head over to coastcoastam.com. Go right to the top in the little carousel. Actually, above the carousel, there's a little icon. Click that, and you're in. If you have anxiety, a lot of stress, and you can't sleep, this will help. HealthyLooking.com has a combination of products to help with everyday stress, fatigue, and moodiness, while increasing energy and stamina for healthy fall asleep easier and more soundly while losing weight. It elevates in the morning for energy and focus, then accelerates weight management and sleep combo before bed for great full-night sleep.
I've really gotten 4 to 5 hours sleep max a night. I'm sleeping between 6 and 7. I wake up to use the bathroom, but I go right back to sleep for 15. That happens before, which is pretty awesome. I noticed a higher level of happiness. I also noticed that I wasn't taking naps. I had more energy. I was more in the moment with my kids. Like, we were laughing more. We were more excited. Every single person used to feel it. I lost 10 pounds and 5.5 inches off my waist, and I'm so proud of myself. You can energy, it helps you sleep better. It just works. I stand by it 100%. I can't fall at night, and it helps me sleep. It helps me be happy. doing tons of energy. When I'm ready to go to sleep, I'm getting 7 to 9 hours of sleep every night. Lost some pounds, infinitely, my family has needed that.
George's Power Pack. Accelerate and elevate, including 3 gifts.
No, they're not pulling me up. I'm listening. And just listening to me this holiday. We got stuff with Indian, Silverback, Mickey Bank Cloud, Emotional. We got a good one.
Special price with George's Power Pack. Order now at healthylooking.com or toll free 800-394-9930. That's 800-394-9930. Jump on board now for better focus, less stress, a great full night's sleep, and weight loss with George's Power Pack exclusively at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com. If you want to improve your marksmanship, you need a Mantis X. The Mantis X can improve your ability dramatically and is a must-have for every responsible gun owner. The Mantis X is a high-tech, easy-to-use system used extensively by the military to improve their ability quickly and give them the confidence in their ability to protect. You attach the Mantis X to your firearm and connect with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth. It gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to correct that technique. The Mantis X is a firearms instructor in your pocket. 94% of the folks improve within 20 minutes using Mantis X. And the best part of this, you can do it at home. Best in the world do what is called dry fire practice. And the Mantis X is the best way to train at home. No driving to the range, spending money on range fees and ammo. You don't have to worry about that. You'll save a ton of money and improve your shooting. Start improving today. Get yours at MantisX.com. That's Mantis, MANTIS, X.com. Fun and Adventure has returned comics and graphic novels from Marvelous Entertainment, based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Sunderland. Acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish and his team are bringing that sense of wonder and thrill in straight-out action adventures like those great old comic book stories you remember. I Wag, Haunted Planet, Bigfoot, Codename Adam Long, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Waggy. Join her at iWaggit.com and iWaggit.com. And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Norrie back with our final segment with James Martin. James, is Columbus to be commended for anything? What do you think?
Well, I think we can't ignore his impact. Certainly, media wouldn't be talking now without it. It is no doubt that he ushered in an age of exploration across Europe and colonization of the Americas. As I said just before the break.
Essentially, what the advocates like to map and then the calculators and the desktop PC, the laptop, the search engine is a new tool that people are using to hear about it out there.
Yes, the world we live in today would not be outlined if we haven't accepted failure. But I do think it's important that we always question what we're told. I'm not suggesting in any way that the book has all of the answers, but it does, and what we're taught to do is ask questions. That prompt people into discovering things themselves. So yes, I do think he should be commended, but equally let's also remember that there are vast ways that an existing culture in the Americas that no longer is that he believes and plays and also that
phones. Let's go watch to the Rockies. Linda's with us in the state of Washington. Hi, Linda, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, George. I wanted to relate a story I heard. It could have been on your show. I can't remember, but it was about a queen who had a goddess queen who had a kingdom in Asia, and something happened to her kingdom. It was destroyed, and she had to leave with her people and the children, and the only way was across the ocean, and she had powers like Edward from Coral Castle, and she was able to create a bridge somehow for the crossing of her and her people and children. And unfortunately, on the way, some of the children fell off the bridge. It was quite perilous. But yes, and she made them dolphins so that they could play and still be children. They did make it to land, and it was the Americas. And
Have you heard about that, Jim?
I'm not familiar with the story itself, but just to maybe add some things to it with some DNA studies found that the inhabitants of Easter Island, this was 2013 research program, but from Easter Island, part of Polynesia, I discovered that the inhabitants had inherited some DNA from people who lived in Colombia about 800 years ago. So it might, like many great traditions, are the story of exploration from the other side of the world. We know the Polynesians sang songs. They didn't have charts. They sang songs to navigate. So it could very well be related to that, George.
Tell us a little bit about the Nature Paranormal Center.
It's a non-profit organisation headed up by Heritage Rectory, who's done some fascinating research using the paranormal to try and uncover some of the black streets and series of murders in the UK called the Moors murders. It was established back in 2003 with a view to try and discover, like all paranormal groups, discovery of an afterlife, using technology and equipment. We have a various groups, historians, as well as electrical engineers, amongst others, to really try and demonstrate the question, trying to either light up the death or some explanation for some of the hauntings and some of the mysteries at the time across science investing in Europe.
Next up, let's go to Terry in Dallas, Texas. East of the Rockies. Hi, Terry.
Oh, George and James, thank you very much for taking my call.
Thank you. Thank you for holding so long. Go ahead.
Thank you. James, question for you. Did you ever run across Columbus on his initial voice that he had made notes about seeing lights underwater, and later researchers said that it was him in the Bermuda Triangle where he had seen that he made notes about it? Did you ever run across that?
Yes, I have, and it's not just Columbus. There were ones that really people today, or not just lights, but phantom ships, for example. Very strange phenomenon. In fact, I was on the island of Tenerife in December, and I've seen some things myself. Actually got it on
cameras will appear to a floating ship with a very old design. Now that could be, that could be explainable, but yes, there's lots of stories about being led astray by phantom lights in the sky. In fact, there's very similar descriptions to one of the transient city of Nuremberg in the 16th century. Some strange objects leading people astray. You've got to remember, people are navigating through the stars, so if they see something unusual, coming to their bearing. So yes, I have come across that, and it's certainly much more reported later as more ships travelled across the Atlantic.
Do you think Columbus was followed by submersible UFOs, James?
It's very well seen, I suppose. But I suppose the question would be why. It's more intriguing in fact to some of the Norse targets, which refers to being followed by gods in spirits, fairies, so it was very interesting. But things that we might today refer to as something paranormal, UFOs, and that kind of stuff were maybe explained to them by fairies and some of their belief systems at the time.
Next up, let's go to Don, Alberta, Canada, on the international line. Hello, Don, go ahead.
Hi, George. How's you doing? I find it truly fascinating how we hold on to that Columbus thing. Like, everybody's been to America before Columbus. One of the ones I thought was really well, I thought it was, found a stone tablet written in Greek and Aramaic in the address of the United States, which would be about 2,000 years old. I thought, problem solved. We have this artifact from the Grand Canyon. Problem solved. The one I found recently that was quite fascinating was the ship that had ore from Lake Ontario that sank in port in Turkey 1,500 years ago. I don't know if people know that. You can take gold or copper ore from anywhere. You can find the exact location because of its specific mixture of copper, gold, silver, anything. But it'll give it away. So I just find it fascinating that we're still holding on to this Columbus being the first guy over here. Because, he got here. And one of the other reasons I heard the seminar states that he had lost the map of America from his uncle. And his uncle has given him and taught him how to sail. And the other thing I thought fascinating too, of course, is the map of Antarctica with the perfect condition that was 300 years old. Somewhere in the United States in the museum now. But anyway, it's fun to fascinating how we hang on to the Columbus thing. Anyway, that's my comment.
Oh, you want to react to any of that, Sam?
Yeah, actually, wrote in the book with that really, which looking at the amount of bronze which is in our section in copper. The amount of bronze that's in Europe doesn't really account for the amount of copper that's found in Europe and Asia. So the question being where has it come from? And what we find is in northern United States and Canada are vast amounts of copper having been extracted at a time where there's an arms race going on in Europe. But a vast amount of copper extracted from the species and mixed my memory side. So the question is, well, where did it all go? Because we can't see any evidence of it in the Americans, and yes, we know of the Bronze Age. Now, absolutely right, you can tell where the copper came from, down to purity. And again, we can see that it's likely to have come from the shores of the Great Lakes. There's a severe older legend that claims that some of these miners were driven out by their forefathers. They drove out a white
How you doing this evening? Morning, River. Hi. But I had a question on this. A few years ago, it seems like I heard about him maybe encountering some kind of like doll type people or something like that on his journey. Or am I confusing that with somebody else? And also, I wanted to reference, I've been listening to William Cooper's Hour of the Time series, yeah, recently, and he goes through, it's like 48-hour-long thing. He goes through, it talks about a lot of everything he started about 6,000 years ago, and it really explains a lot of the Templars and everything. So, I wanted to give you that as a good reference for your research. Did Columbus see any strange creatures?
We're looking at the dog. The dog people are actually the inhabitants of the Canary Islands, which is once they stop to take on supplies, they literally resisted Spanish occupation. But yes, they were, the Canaries doesn't come from a bird, it actually means the island of dogs. Now, why that is due to house worship, veneration of the gods. There's a Moroccan tradition which lies to that, and that isn't breeding often. So maybe that's where you're coming from. I'm not too sure.
Once Columbus came back, how many missions do you think were back to the Americans from other areas?
Well, we know that the news spread. This wasn't by traders. This was by a state now, Spain, who then petitioned supposed to see these discoveries to the kingdom of Spain, later does so in Portugal. There have been plenty of voyages online. We know that the Romans exchanged an ambassador with the Chinese back in the 3rd century AD. So there have been a lot of over really exposed. I mean, we've got Magellan, for example, completing the search and navigation of the world. First time that's fully documented, I should say, but it happened earlier, of course. We know that the Portuguese were exploring Indonesia around the 1490s, if not before. They perhaps even discovered Australia on Java Le Grand. We're not really too certain on that one, but hundreds.
At least. You've done some fascinating work here, James. Thank you for being on the program. The name of the book, Uncharted. For Dan Galante, Tom Danheiser, Lisa Wyden, Lex Longwood, Sean Lavashore, Stephanie Smith, Chris Brawl, Tim Banal, George Knapp, and Ian Hunter. I'm George Noli, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe. If you own a small business lead up to COVID, and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those at the CPC and nonprofits, even if you've had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com.
You lost your pet up the street?
Yeah, he's right up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Yes, kid. Here you go.
Where did he come from? And where's your mouth and coat?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged. That's enough. And we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooting you in.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing George.
Before you go,
If you have a question, call ViralRabbi. Come in and grab the line at ROTHSCHILD.com.
Simulating time for independent time. You know what?
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Local man named NASA pilot. I'm Reed Bennett in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson's announced the name of 4 astronauts embarking on the Artemis 2 mission.
Your mission specialist, Christina Hammett-Cope. Your mission specialist, Jeremy Hansen. Your Artemis 2 pilot, Victor Glover. Your Artemis 2 commander, Reed Wiseman.
Pilot Victor Glover grew up in Pomona, learned to fly in San Diego, and will now become the first black astronaut to ever participate in a lunar mission. The mission will fly around the moon and back to Earth. If all goes as planned, the Artemis will take off November 2024. Former President Trump is in New York at Trump's Tower. He's expected to be arraigned at 2:15 this afternoon. That's East Coast time. New York City police have stepped up security. They are anticipating crowds. 4 tourists have been found dead in the Mexican resort of Cancun. They were found near the hotel zone near the beach. No nationalities have been released by officials. They say they have 2 suspects in custody. Recent rainstorms have stopped work on many construction sites for California's high-speed rail project. Officials say no significant damage has been reported on any of the high-speed rail structures. Your tax refund might be a few $100s less this year. The IRS says it's because of the in-the-pandemic era federal payment program. They also say we'll see about $360 less per person. And the CDC says stop eating raw cookie dough. 11 states, including California, are dealing with a salmonella outbreak. A high wind warning has been issued for parts of SoCal, including the Antelope Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, and parts of Riverside and San Bernardino counties. This will expire at 5 o'clock this morning. And the Dodgers won over the Colorado Rockies 13-4. Southbound weather from KFI, mostly sunny, gusty winds with highs in the low to mid-60s. Right now it's 47 in La Habra. San Clemente has 46. It's 45 in Pasadena and 44 in San Canyon. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Reed Bennett.
East Coast Dementia. There is a full freeway closure. 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in Pacoima, this is on the 5 southbound at Paxton. Little fender bender there. The sound of lanes are on the right shoulder, but watch for some looky little lanes as you approach. Montebello, there is a work zone. This is on the 16th south from Finley to Rosemead Boulevard. 3 right lanes will be shut down for road work until 6. KFI, the Sky Hill 60 there after O'Brien van. It happened. Famed legal professor Adam Dershowitz tells Newsmax that America is now a banana republic. An American president has been indicted. It's never happened before. Now Newsmax Rob Smith is exposing the political attack on Donald Trump and America's wrongs. Tonight, Rob Smith looks at secret players, including billionaire George Soros, who has been targeting Trump. Meanwhile, he says new documents prove the Biden family that's passed in China. But the big media, he says, is ignoring this scandal. Why? Watch Rob Smith tonight at 4 p.m. Pacific. It's the hottest show on cable. Find Newsmax on major cable systems. It's even back on DirecTV and Uber. Plus, get Newsmax on Roku, Samsung, Vizio, Pluto, Kumo, and more. Download the Newsmax app for free on your iPhone or Android and start watching anytime, anywhere.
Plenty of people watch Newsmax. You should too. Tell your friends and family to tune in today and watch ROTHSCHILD tonight as you lie. The prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it. Like using it 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life and teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule of travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right. Yeah, when you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it to come up with money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. I tried a lot of language learning apps lately, and Rosetta Stone is hands down my favorite. I love that it teaches you phrases you can use in real-life conversations, and they have the best speech recognition tool. It tells you how accurate your pronunciation is, so you can really nail your accent in almost any language you want, like Spanish, Italian, Chinese, and Korean. Or get access to all 25 languages for life with Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Check it out at rosettastone.com.
Hello, Rolando. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday, and Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday too. Now I'll get top regions to visit home music.
Exactly, dude. We are playing Money Pocket Bunny April 9th.
Number 2.
So let us know when you miss you live this Friday.
And the number 1 reason.
With a quick fundraiser, there's time chance to upgrade your Ray-Ban. When you earn 500 points on the rewards card for 10 or 11.
Rolando, start time. This is Jacob Amani. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Pay your fine. AM 640. More stimulating talk. This program has been pre-recorded. From the City of Angels near the Pacific Ocean, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm Joe Story. This is Coast to Coast AM. Welcome to affiliate WVAL News Radio 1090 and FM 101.5 in Baltimore. Great to be with you and welcome to the family. Happy birthday to Coach guest, by the way, Barbara Lamb. And later tonight, did Columbus discover America first? Maybe he didn't. Find out. Here's what's happening. Former U.S. President Donald Trump flew into New York City on his private plane to face charges stemming from a probe into hush money paid to a porn star, while his lawyers argued against webbing cameras in the court. With New York taking security precautions and the mayor telling potential lavender at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office on Tuesday, and will likely be fingerprinted prior to appearing before a judge for an arraignment when he will plead not guilty of 30-plus charges against him. Unbelievable. That Chinese spy balloon that flew across the United States was able to gather intelligence for several sensitive American military sites, despite the Biden administration's efforts to block it from doing so. This according to 2 current senior U.S. officials. China was able to control the balloon so it could make multiple passes over some of the sites and transmit the information it collected back to Beijing in real time. Unbelievable technology there. More than 30,000 people, including Tesla's Elon Musk, Apple co-founder Steve Wozniak,
Politician Andrew Yang and a few leading artificial intelligence researchers have signed an open letter calling for a 6-month pause on training AI systems more powerful than that GPT-4. The letter immediately caused a furor as signatories walked back from their positions. Some notable signatories turned out to be fake, and many more artificial intelligence researchers and experts vocally disagreed with the letter's proposal and approach. Well, what's it all about? Let's check in with our expert, Lauren Weinstein. Lauren, what is this?
Yeah, so as you said, this open letter very recently on the internet was circulating. And of course, on the internet, it's very easy to get signatures of one form or another. And the letter, essentially, the bottom line of the letter was calling for a 6-month pause on training these very powerful AI systems for the benchmark success of GPT-4. And yeah, there were notables like Jag, Wozniak, and Elon was on this too, and all sorts of people. But it really started turning into a mess very quickly. Yeah, some of those signatures on there turned out fake because they hadn't verified properly. Some of the experts who had been legitimately started walking back their positions, and other experts and researchers rather vigorously disagreed with the letter's approach and proposal. And I think that's part of the reason for this. It was the letter viewed by many observers as containing considerable AI hype and alarmist arguments because many observers feel that the sorts of long-term, very long-term concerns in the letter are really quite speculative when there are much more concrete issues that are facing everyone concerning AI in the shorter term, much shorter term right now, that really still aren't addressed. So there's an understandable view that doing a letter like this draws attention away from more immediate issues that have potentially affected many aspects of our lives much, much sooner, are likely to pose positive and negative ways. And I'll add that there are also concerns that a 6-month training policy really wouldn't have any material impact on the development of the system, but any kind at all is pretty much given China, who is doing a lot of work of their own in this area, a green light, which is steam ahead with their own formulations of AI. And yeah, it's not unreasonable to draw some parallels between this situation and the nuclear arms race. So we know the latter is potentially globally lethal right now. It's very unlikely that AI at this point definitely will be as lethal. Personally, I don't buy into the AI will destroy humanity arguments that are currently floating around. I'm not saying that situation couldn't change in the future because, probably in 1600, there likely were too many people imagining weapons of a scale of hydrogen bombs. So where AI will be hundreds of years from now, I couldn't possibly guess. But based on what we know right now, I think we should be primarily directing our policy energy related to AI toward understanding the pros and cons of AI in that shorter term, because longer term really is going to be mostly pure speculation at this point.
That's a good point. Thank you so much for talking next week. NASA has announced the 4 astronauts who will travel around the moon on the next Artemis mission. The joint project between NASA and the Canadian Space Agency will see 3 Americans and 1 Canadian taking flight. Pretty exciting news, Dr. Sky, isn't it?
Yes, George, it's amazing. A very exciting day for NASA. And more details on this important story. This is the Artemis 2, kind of a replica of the Artemis 1 mission, as you mentioned before, lunar orbital mission beyond. Consists of Commander Reed Weissman, pilot David Logan, and the first woman to be on board will be Christina Koch, who's a specialist in mining vehicles, the first woman to land on the moon as Artemis 3 rolls out later in 2025. And Canadian Jeremy Hansen, a mission specialist, an important milestone for NASA as the Artemis program continues to move on. But a lot of other exciting news in space is that the SpaceX's Starship rocket will launch as early as this morning of April this year. Launch is the most powerful rocket ever to go up into space. It's testing out, as mentioned, as early as April 20th. So it's very good taken in selection. Actually, focus the launch facility known as SpaceX Inactivated Starship. And this will be an orbital test flight, but after launch, the rocket and booster will separate after 170 seconds. The boosters returning this time to the ocean, and the Starship vehicle will go into orbit and not make it 100% off the ocean, but return to Earth in Hawaii. Filled with George three powerful we call the Raptor engine, and the giant booster V4 uses no less than 33 Raptor engines, making it now, once it gets off the ground, something that was powerful launch vehicle. However, 16 billion pounds of thrust, just amazing power and amazing story. But we put gears way out of the universe with the star. How about this? The strongest gamma ray burst ever detected was on the gamma ray burst with the most powerful energy from the cosmos, and yet little understood. The fact on October the 9th of 2022, astronomers detected a pulse of energy from an object that up to 2 billion light years away from the Earth. And this blasted right through our Milky Way galaxy. It was so powerful that it sent energy into the upper atmosphere of the Earth and ionized it, similar to like that what aurora is. Kind of interesting. The object is known officially with the street name DRC for gamma ray bursters 2210009A. And what causes it? It might be from two neutron stars colliding. Most impressive, but lucky Lake George that they don't have a gamma ray burster anywhere near close to us. How about this? Another big milestone. 1 year almost with a major total solar eclipse. Write it down. April 8th, 2024. Get ready soon. Easter and Passover here this week and weekend. It's hard to believe that one of the most amazing sights in nature, the total solar eclipse will occur on Monday, April 8th, 2024. Yes, this is the big one, not to mention totality of Texas, from 4.5 minutes, all the way up to the northeast part of the United States and Canada. And yes, we'll be discussing this event over the next year, providing the close audience with the best way to observe it, prepare for it, and maybe just not any special treats along the way. We wrap it up with the live sky, and here we go. We're seeing Holy Week, the story of the pastoral soul of King Louis. Pastoral is a translation from Aramaic, meaning of course, pastoral. This particular role, the simple king is especially for this particular pastoral. 12:35 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time on April the 6th. How do we determine these things? Officially, astronomically, it's the first Sunday after the full moon. This is after the vernal equinox, so we get this full month on the calendar. To wrap it up with planets, both the inner planets Mercury and Venus are best distance to see in the west after sunset. Mercury by about the 11th and 20 degrees high in the west. Venus still exceptionally bright. Before Jupiter moves into conjunction with the sun on the 11th, it disappears. But later at the end of the year, more information at skyline.com. Always email to ROTHSCHILD@gmail.com. Where we say we need it always. Maybe keep your eyes on the sky. I'm your navigator. Move from the highway to the heavens. George, to you and the audience, the best for Easter. That's what the truth is. You two doctors, I thank you for a great point. So our bodies possess an inner GPS system that allows us to do all kinds of things. In a moment, our special guest says, yes, it does. Next on Coast to Coast. Texting can be texting on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerous for people to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats. But if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions and all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com. Fun and Adventure has returned comics and graphic novels from Marvelous Entertainment, based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Thunder. Acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish and his team are bringing that sense of wonder and thrill in straight-out action adventures like those great old comic book stories you remember in their line of titles. iWagon, Haunted Planet, Space Rangers, codename Adam Bomb, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Wagon Jr. Join them at iWagon.com. That's iWagon.com.
This is Uncle 11 Jr., but he's trying to convince us he's gone insane. Therefore, incapable of being accessed. And you can proceed to Edward, one of her adventures, and this is
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, Zen Carter, the book, back with us, a tested and trained intuitive with an incredibly strong background in business. The clients include executives in some of the fastest growing companies in the world, and their research on how humans receive extrasensory information, whether to uncover a powerful internal guidance system that every person on the planet was born with. Zen believes we're rediscovering our abilities, and the bodies are almost like a GPS system. The best-selling book, Your Inner GPS, shows you how to activate this system. We'll try to teach you that too. Zen, welcome back. How have you been?
I'm great, George, and I'm so happy to be back with you. How are you?
I'm great. How did you discover this inner GPS system in people?
You know, it's interesting. I got a little cassette tape. Yes, one of those old-fashioned cassette tapes. It was a girlfriend of mine back in 1993, and on it was Esther Hicks. Are you familiar with Esther Hicks?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. Well, it was one of the first tapes that she did in her living room so long ago, and she was talking about the law of attraction, and what I found most interesting about it was she talked about an internal guidance system, that when our thoughts were in relationship to what was going to be successful to us, we felt an expanded feeling. And when our thoughts were out of alignment and was going to carry us to something that we didn't want to have happen, we got a collapse feeling inside. And me, being a high school dropout, who was trying to make her way in the world and sabotaging herself in every turn, glommed onto that, because I knew that when I felt that collapse feeling inside, like a lump in the throat or a tightness in the chest or a sick feeling, that I had made the worst mistakes of my life and things always went wrong. And so I spent the next several years decoding it and following it, and magic happened. My life became a miracle, and here I am today, sharing it with other people.
Is this inner guidance system then much like our intuitive abilities?
It's actually not. I'm a very successful intuitive, and it's interesting because intuition can show up different for different people. And what I mean by that is, like, you can have an empath who receives information differently. I'm claircognizant, so I receive information in a particular way. It kind of like drops in like a complete picture, and I can look at it like a hologram kind of thing. And other people get claircognizant information a different way. Your internal guidance system, which I call IGS for short, this is related to what you're thinking. And I'm coming up after 23 years and working with 40,000 people, teaching them how to do this. I feel like this is a heaven's compass. And what I mean by that is, it gauges what you're thinking, and it collapses and closes when you're in a thought that's not true for you, and it's going to create havoc in your life. And it expands when you are having thoughts that are actually carrying towards your purpose. Your life blueprint is what I like to call it. And after working with so many people, their lives become amazing. Every one of them. I really truly do think, and I know this is a big statement, but I think this is something that we were born with to help us navigate this world with the craziness of our minds.
Yet some of us do it better than others, correct?
Absolutely. I mean, there are people out there who their parents naturally kind of have this. You know, you look at people who are financially successful or spiritually, they've got a high level of spiritual success, or physically with their body. Each of us has a different little bit of way that we tap into this, and but nobody's got it all. Like, nobody has every part of their life together, you know? So I think that, yeah, there's many people out there who tap into it, and then there's other areas where they're stuck.
How often are people tapping into this ability? Constantly?
Yeah, it's happening with every thought you have. I like to think of this as a compass, like I said, and it has, if just picture a compass in your mind right now, so
sure.
If you're due north, using this internal guidance system, you feel ecstasy, like passion. I know you're a creative man, and you've written some beautiful books. You know, like when you get that idea, and you get this big expanded feeling that's all you can think about, and you're driven to make it happen because it's just this energy that's coming through you. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep, we do.
Okay, so that's like what it feels like when you're in north on this compass level. And then east and west is like a neutral sensation where you're just comfortable and happy with your life. And then if you're in south, if you're going south, then you feel panic and terror. And so it gives us sensations all along this compass, from north to south, from panic to ecstasy. Not every day do we have just the way in our, lives, but you'll be big off and along in your life, and you'll have a thought that'll slightly cause a tension in your body. That's when you set that thought. That thought is actually not true or not going to happen. Or you'll be moving along and you'll feel this opening, like you got to call someone, or you need to work on something, or you'll suddenly remember something you have to get done. And so all day, every day, this visceral, powerful experience is happening inside of us. And it's actually guidance on what we're creating in the world.
If people are not tapping into this, your subtitle to your book, your inner GPS, says, follow your internal guidance to happiness, health, and satisfaction. What if they're not doing any of that? What happens?
If somebody is following what's always happening for people, but if somebody is following the tightness, the stress, the anxiety, the fear, the worry, the overwhelm, if they are ruminating on the thoughts that are creating that, which you'll notice and want your listeners to spend with themselves, these things cause a tension in the body. And that tension means that what you're thinking is not going to happen. Things go wrong. I tell my students, do not go to closing. It's like closing to get closing. It gets stronger and louder on that compass I was talking about. As you're moving the path that's not right for you, it's actually going to create something that you are going to be miserable about having in your life. And openings beget openings. And so as you move more into the openings, your life begins to be in alignment and work out. And so if someone's not listening and knows how to do this, life can be pretty dreary.
And I'm noticing lately, you may be feeling this too, that people in general are pretty uptight. I don't know if they're stressed out or what's happening, but they're uptight. Do you feel that?
Yes. And so the closing sensation when you are really in it is fear. I do truly believe now, after all the work I've done in this area, that there is only fear and love as the two archetypical energies that we have on the planet. And people are being shoved fear all day long. It doesn't matter which side of the political aisle you are on, or any situation that you're in. When you go out there, most of the major media is producing fear. Even, I could just list 100 of them right now of what's happening out there that we can all be afraid of. And the more fearful they get, the more tight they get, the more lack of creativity they have, and the harder it is to pull themselves out of it. And I really do think we're in a fear factory where we're being pushed around, and that causes us to go off of our divinity, go off of our path in life, and it doesn't allow us to contribute our true gift.
What's the easiest way to tap into our inner guidance system and pull the good stuff out?
That's a great question. It does take some training. It really does, because our minds are programmed. I wish I could just go on your show and have every listener have this. The easiest way is whenever, the fastest tool I could give everyone is that when you're feeling a tension in your body, and what we call that tension is stress, worry, fear, anxiety, overwhelm, frustration. These are all closing, and there's more. To stop in a moment, notice the tightening, notice the sensation, and say to yourself, I am closed. That means what I'm thinking is not true or not going to happen. This phrase opens us all the time. It's not a positive or negative phrase. It's just a pattern interrupt that we're doing on our minds to stop and have something different. But the cool thing about it is you're going to feel a little tight, going from tight to a lightness feeling in your body. And that starts you on a new path immediately.
Is feeling fear, you mentioned it, but is feeling fear a good thing or bad thing for the human spirit?
I have found that all fear, and this is a huge statement, but I have found in working with everyone that I have from all around the world, fear is always closing. Fear is never true. The fight-flight experience is an experience from our beginnings of our caveman day, and it's an important experience, but mostly we don't have that anymore. Fear is always not true for the person in the moment. If it's true, you'll feel an opening, like a release in the center of your body that kind of expands upwards.
And it feels
After the break, we'll come back and chat more. We'll take calls with you next hour. Still do readings. I'll tell you all about that later on.
Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coach Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm Bree Panic in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A former middle school teacher from Fontana has been sentenced to 10 years in prison for sharing child porn online. 31-year-old Josue Vidal must also pay $9,000 in restitution. He previously worked as a math teacher at Sandon Hills Middle School. Donald Trump is in New York at Trump Tower. He's expected to be arraigned at 2:15 this afternoon. That's East Coast time. New York City police have stepped up the security game to make sure he's safe on the streets and inside the courtroom. 4 tourists have been found dead in the Mexican resort of Cancun. They were found near the hotel zone near the beach. No nationalities have been released. Officials say they have 2 suspects detained. And the Dodgers won over the Colorado Rockies 13-4. Southland weather from KFI, mostly sunny, gusty winds, and highs in the low to mid 60s. Right now it's 51 in Huntington Beach, Buena Park at 50, 49 in Hollywood, and 48 in Van Nuys. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Panic.
In Coast to Coast, there is a full freeway closure, 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in San Fernando, this is on the 5 southbound at Brand Boulevard. Little fender bender there. That's down the lanes and on the right shoulder, but watch for it. Look at the lanes as you approach. Montebello, there is a work zone 60 eastbound from Finley to Roses Boulevard. Caltrans has the 3 right lanes shut down for road work until 6. KFI, the Sky Hopes go to their faster O'Brien van.
The House Money Podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the #1 rule of cheap travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, yeah. When you take this tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you feeling the stress of a car accident? Let Jacoby and Myers take the wheel and steer you towards the compensation you deserve. 93% of crash victims who use their lawyers said they'd do it again. And with Jacoby and Myers, you'll get the best of both worlds. Our legal expertise and a hassle-free experience. Don't just take our word for it. See for yourself what over 50 years of experience can do for you. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972.
How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need for the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
KFI, AM 640. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guest or topic ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
I want to fly with skies of blue. My all my heart desires to play. When I know that love will come to me. Somebody attitude I take. April showers may come your way. They bring the flowers that bloom in May. So will this rain. Have no regret.
You're listening to Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Hard to believe we're in April already. Wow, this year is going by quick. Our special guest, Zen Carter, to work with us. We're going to take reading calls with her next hour. Questions, of course. But all she needs from you is a question. But she'll take it away, whatever it may be. May 27th, we are going to go to the Dells in Oregon for our live stage show, and I'm excited about this one. So, George, we are in April, and May will be your presentation. Saturday, May 27th, that's when our show is. The amazing Granada Theater in the Dalles. It's about 84 miles Georgia east of Portland. But everybody from Portland, come on out. We'll have 3 guests that night. Dr. Sky Stephen Tate, we also have Deputy Travis Walton, and from Animal Planet, Jake Whitmer and Matt Moneymaker. And of course, tonight we'll include a band. George will sing us some songs. We'll have a salute to the veterans, and we'll just have a ton of fun. So head over to coasttocoastam.com right now. Let's get all the info for yourself. And here you go. If you're feeling a little queasy these days, this will build up your immunity.
HealthyLooking.com from Dr. Alan Millay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, dieting, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and creating the body to heal itself appropriately. The stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to do. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of getting stem and adaptogens together, supporting the body's routine.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking a Dr. Stem and any stem?
Any stem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. If you put a gap come along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit is adaptogen and immune stem and your free gift to relax doll is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Actually, can be tracking down your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emails, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves. The users can be dangerous when people to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton.
LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alerts you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix this during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here, join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you're facing IRS debt you can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of the new Taxpayer Relief Initiative to free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to financial hardship consumers are facing, the IRS has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. You may qualify for significant tax savings. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. The dumbest number is stored in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-508-0328. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or you even have years of unfiled tax returns, you may now find the relief that you need. Call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-508-0328. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can impact your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-508-0328 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-508-0328.
And welcome back to Coast. George joined with you. Our special guest, Ben Cryer, the book. Her book is called Your Inner GPS. The website to look up at coasttocoastam.com. This is a powerful tool for an individual to have, Ben.
Yeah, it is. It's activating that are just miraculous. Right?
What about stress? Where does stress fit under this plan?
Yeah, so stress is always closing, and I define stress as like worry, fear, anxiety, overwhelm, frustration, anytime you feel irritation, even procrastination and guilt, doubt. These are all forms of stress, and they're always a tightening in the body, which I call closing, and it means that what you're thinking is not true or not going to happen. And what I believe is going on with the internal guidance system is when you do a shift in your thinking and you feel that release, that opening in your body, you're back on track with your personal blueprint. After all the research that I've done, it seems that us humans are coming down here with I wouldn't call it destiny, it's kind of a combination of destiny and choice that we have. But it's like this very interesting thing where we choose what we want to accomplish down here, and then when we get down here into this world, Earth, it gets very loud and very distracting and difficult to like kind of accomplish that goal in all of the things that get put upon us between the ages of 0 and 7, the programming and stuff. And this tool seems to be helping us to break through those patterns to get back to what we're really here to create. And I've just been talking to a lot of people. It feels that they suddenly, when they begin using this, feel like they're back on track. They're themselves. They are fulfilled every day. They're contributing to gifts that they have. Their life seems so by itself, is what most people say. It's like my life is just suddenly working again. And I think this is a divine guidance system that is supporting us in getting through this lifetime, being able to actually do what we're going to do.
Can anything go wrong with this system?
I haven't found it. The thing that's hard about this system is it's working with our human mind, right? So it's individual, separate from the mind. It's gauging whether the thoughts that you're having are taking you to what you want or away from what you want. Kind of like the hot cold game that you played as a kid, you know, you get blindfolded and they hide a treasure somewhere and you have to find it by people yelling at you, cold, Arctic, or hot, there.
Or you're getting warmer,
Exactly, you're getting warmer, and that's how this works. And so what can get in the way is not the system itself. It's accurate, but our interpretation of it, our failure to listen or to even realize it's happening because we get so in our head. Or when someone gets one expansion, opening, healing, and they don't checking it. If it's more like a breadcrumb or like the hot cold thing, you will continue to get this sensation in your body telling you whether you're on track or off track as you move towards your outcome that you're here to have. I've never seen any negative outcome come from somebody following this ever. There's sometimes the appearance of a negative outcome only to find out that that thing that happened was the best thing that could anything go wrong by following it.
Is this then a God-given ability?
I think it is. For me now, after 23 years of decoding this, it's the Holy Spirit. And that doesn't mean that my faith is better than anyone else's. I have no qualifications to judge anything on this planet, honestly, as to what's right or wrong. But it does show up in every single wisdom test and spiritual content. And in my particular faith, which I'm a Christian, it shows up as the Holy Spirit. And it's talked about in the Bible as that. That the kingdom of God is within us. And I talk about that in my trainings and stuff about how to tap into this. And I do believe that this is a divine energy that is running through every single person that I've never had anyone not be able to use it and discover it. And it is a beautiful ministry. It's like kind of energy in our body that's nurturing us at all times.
Give us an example of how it is used.
Well, it's used by just going through your life. Especially in order to figure out when to go to the post office or not, because I have a P.O. box I have to use. And there's laundry. You can also
Sure,
and you'll feel excitement in what you're thinking about saying next. And like if you stop in the moment and pivot that thought, you'll find an opening, and then that next thing you're about to say will release the whole situation or lead it towards that quickly. And in those things, like I had a student who, her husband had died with 2 boys. They were living off of his life insurance. It was coming to an end. She was coming to the coaching calls, and she kept getting closing about finding a job over and over and over again. She'd come on and she's like, I'm not getting an opening to get a job, and I'm running out of money. And lo and behold, literally, she got her last test, and the next day, she got an inheritance that she wasn't expecting. In fact, more than not expecting it, she was told she was not getting an inheritance from this person. And it is something that's going to take care of her for the rest of her life. Over and over, this guidance is accurate. I have not had anyone come back and tell me, not once, that the guidance was not accurate.
Does the guidance do things for people almost like a miracle would?
Well, yeah, I think actually it's a different way to think about it. I think magic and synchronicity are the norm, George. If you look out into the way the planet really works, nature, everything is operating in a synchronistic, symbiotic way. And it's getting what it needs unless, of course, it's served. And the natural laws of this plane that we're living on has that be the truth. And then our minds and our fears and I don't have enough and lack and I'm not loved and all these different things stop us from being in that flow. And I have seen that when you drop into following the opening to opening, you learn how to use this, you get back into that magic and synchronicity that is happening everywhere. And yes, absolutely, miracles happen constantly when you follow it. In fact, so much so that people just shrug their shoulders who are IDSers. They're like, they just shrug their shoulders and realize, of course it's perfect. Of course it's working out. Of course that magic thing just happened. That's the way it is for real in life.
Is this like prayer?
Yeah, actually, you got the best question tonight, George. I'm loving your question. I think that once we move into this, we become physically, our vibration gets to this place of being a walking in divinity, that we become a living prayer. Part of what happens is as you see something that you're not wanting to have happen, because that closes you usually, your reaction to something out there. When you put it, you shift into a new way of thinking, and that paves the way for that miracle to happen. And so as you're using your ideas, you become a living, walking prayer, and that gets answered quickly.
It is remarkable and miraculous at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's the norm. It's what's normal. yourself that you were born with, you would start to suddenly realize how off track we are, and that we're only a few thoughts away, every human being, from dropping the suffering and moving into the opening and living in this experience of real true connection to something. You're never alone. This thing is operating, it doesn't stop. People even experience it in their dreams about what to do inside their dreams. They feel their ideas working. And the more you tune into it, the more that you start to realize that this is our natural state of being that we've moved away from.
Oh, the dream state is powerful, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You're working through things in your dream life that subconsciously you didn't have time to work with during the day. And then this guides you in how to respond to that subconscious working through of issues. When you wake up feeling, you wake up from a dream and it feels real and it's disturbing and uncomfortable. And
you're not quite sure if it happened or not.
Yes, yes. With your ideas, when you're using it in a dream, you're clearing these things out and coming to a sense of peace with it, and you wake up and you know it was a dream. In fact, it creates a lot of lucid dreaming where people are able to control their dreams because they're feeling the opening and closing and they follow the opening in the dream.
Have you ever had one of those dreams where after a few moments after you woke up, you went, wow, am I glad that was just a dream?
Yes, I have lots. My husband is so grateful that I'm able to drop it because I've had those dreams. I hear something and I wake up, I'm mad at him. And there's no reason to be mad, but it's like, he's like, darn it, no, I didn't do it. So it seems to be really real.
We all have this internal guidance system, but how do you tune somebody up or train somebody to maximize their ability?
The key, what I do is I call it the Miyagi approach. You remember wax on and wax off?
Oh, I sure do.
Yeah. So he taught Daniel-san these tiny little moves which turned out to be blocks that he already had embodied. And so what I do is I give people micro learning, or like a little practice. They go out and do it, it works. And then I give them another little practice. And we don't engage the mind. I just give them something to think a little bit differently. They see the immediate results. And they come back and they tell me what happened. And I'm like that. And so you do it by slowly but surely changing your thoughts and clearing out things that keep you closed, and you just flip them on their heads into openings. And so it's a training. It is, because our minds are very powerful. It does take some training, but it doesn't take lifelong training. Within 3 to 6 weeks, you are moving on your own using this.
Can you predict the future with this technique?
I used to say no. Like, I'm learning about this myself, and everything I learn I teach my students. It doesn't predict the future in the way that we think of it as predicting the future, like laying the future out in front of us, like a map or a picture or a movie. But you can feel in your body what's coming. So if you picture something like that, I was picturing this house and what I wanted it to be like, and I got a big opening. And I knew it was coming. So you can't predict the future, but you can know the future that's coming to you.
Will it tell you the difference between yes or no, right and wrong?
It isn't a yes or no system. And that's where people can get into trouble. It's like, well, I got an opening, and that's a yes. No, you got an opening to continue with that thought. And it's more like the breadcrumb approach, It's like, then you'll have another thought that opens you, and you follow that, and it will lead you to where you're supposed to be. Because most of us are limiting ourselves to what we can have, how amazing we are, how incredible we are, what's possible for us. We have ourselves in these little boxes. And the ICF is only working with what you think. It never responds to something outside of you, which gives us all the power, really. It's actually a very good thing. And so the ICF is constantly trying to get you to hold the thoughts that are going to create the reality that's perfect for you. And so we may not know that. Like, for instance, let's say somebody decides, do I move to LA or San Francisco? And it turns out you belong in New York, or you belong in Colorado, right? But you're not thinking about New York or Colorado. And so it has to find a way to get you there. And it will, every time. It will put something in your path. Like, it'll give you the thought to go to Starbucks, and on the table is a magazine about Colorado. And you pick it up while you're waiting for coffee that someone left, and you flip through it, and you get this inspiration that you want to go check it out. And next thing you know, that's where you're moving. So it will get us where we need to go, regardless, as long as we trust it and follow it.
I drove past the after effects of a car accident today. Somewhere along the line, as I was driving, thinking about you on the interview tonight, I said to myself, where's this guy's internal guidance system that told him not to get in the car today or go and do what he did? Why doesn't that kick in for everyone?
Well, a lot of people don't listen to it, that's number one. So we follow closing, and we get more and more into the state of stress, frustration, anger. When that happens, we're literally creating a cacophony of chaos and vibration inside of our bodies that will attract chaos in our lives. There's two things there. Number one, you could get in a state where you're in complete chaos about what's going on in his life. And the idea is that if you continue to go down that path where you're going to nurture those thoughts that are creating chaos, you're going to attract it. But number two, also, sometimes what I found is there's no positive or negative in the universe. It's really, truly, that accident may actually be the exact thing that person needed in order to become who they're going to become. This doesn't get rid of every negative thing in your life, because I believe that we come down here like a lump of coal, our souls, and we're becoming diamonds, and it takes pressure to create the diamond. Now, how you handle the pressure, how you feel, how fast you get through it, that's what the IDS will help you with. The ability to see the truth that comes through when you begin to understand how this world works, and you're clear about it, and you're powerful about it, is what the IDS provides. But it doesn't mean that you're never going to have an issue. But the issues you do have, you're going to handle like a champion. And you're going to see the fruit of the situation before it even gets to the end of being completed. You're going to feel the gratitude and the amazing experience of what you've learned.
Is the IDS system that little voice we all hear in our head?
So I would consider that to be intuition. The IDS can actually open or close, say yes, it is true or not true to that little voice. And sometimes that little voice isn't necessarily coming from our mind is generating it versus some divine energy. Intuition shows it different for every single person and can be used in conjunction with your IDS, and it makes my intuition and the other intuitives that I've trained very clear, because you can tell when the story starts coming out. You get a piece of information, and our mind immediately wraps the story around it, and the story isn't necessarily true.
Then stay with us. We're going to come back in a moment and continue our dialogue. Plus, we'll take calls after a specific question, and she'll jump into her psychic mode for you.
Coast Insiders. The new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Hello, Miranda. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday and Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday too. Now there's top reasons to visit the room today.
It's not crazy. You have three of green chocolate bunnies and correct.
Number 2,
The legendary Wayne Newton, Robinson Finance.
and the number 1 reason.
With the Swiss Sunday, with Planet Cancer Health is a great end. When you earn 500 points on the reward card, the 10 to 11.
Morongo, good time. A life source system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap. It filters out chlorine and other contaminants, retaining healthy minerals. The life source system is maintenance-free, no filters to change, no salt, no servicing. They install it, you forget it. Own a life source water system for only $75 per month on approval of credit. This ends April 30th. Call 800-803-2696, 800-803-2696. Visit LifeSourceWater.com. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, our mission is to fight to get you more. Because when you get injured at work or in a car accident, you will need more to move forward. We have more than 800 lawyers and thousands of support staff and more offices nationwide than any other injury law firm. So far, we have recovered more than $15 billion for our clients. But don't take our word for it. Check out any of our more than 28,000 five-star Google reviews from our clients. Injured? Don't wait. Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com right now. Morgan & Morgan will fight to get you more. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When you call America's largest injury firm, you get the backing of a national firm, along with a dedicated team from your community and take side up. When you need a fighter, you need us. Call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. for the people.com.
Untangling the mess until it makes sense.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Coachella News. I'm Bree Kennedy in the Channel 5 24-hour newsroom. Coachella is announcing for the first time all festival stages will live stream on YouTube. St. Thomas has more.
The feeds will run on Coachella's YouTube channel. Things kick off the weekend of April 14th. Frank Ocean, Bad Bunny, and Black Pink are set to headline. Other notable acts include Gorillas, Boy Genius, and Charlie XCX.
NASA has announced the names of 4 astronauts in the Artemis 2 mission. It's Christina Koch, Jeremy Henson, Victor Glover as the pilot, and Reed Wiseman as the commander. Pilot is from Pomona, learned to fly in San Diego. The mission will be to fly around the moon and back to Earth if all goes as planned. The Artemis will take off November of 2024. Former President Trump is in New York at Trump Tower. He's expected to be arraigned at 2:15 this afternoon East Coast time. New York City police have stepped up security. They're anticipating crowds. 4 tourists have been found dead in the Mexican resort of Cancun. They were found near the hotel zone, near the beach. No nationalities of the deceased have been released. Officials say 2 suspects have been detained. Spring break is going on now. Recent rainstorms have stopped work on many construction sites for California's high-speed rail project. Right now, officials say no significant damage has been reported to the rail line. Your tax refund is going to be a few $100 less this year. The IRS says it's because of the end-of-pandemic era federal payment program. They say we'll see about $360 less per person this year. And the CDC says quit eating raw cookie dough. 11 states, including California, are dealing with salmonella outbreaks. And the Dodgers won over the Colorado Rockies 13-4. Southland weather from KR5, mostly sunny, very gusty winds, highs in the low to mid-60s. Right now it's 48 in Anaheim, 46 in Tustin, 47 in downtown LA, and 51 degrees in Carson. We lead local from the KR5 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kennedy.
In Coast to Mesa, there is a full freeway closure, 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. In Alhambra, this is on the 10 westbound at Garfield. Little fender there. Saddle blades is on the right shoulder. He's on the scene. Watch for looking delays as you approach. Montebello, there is a work zone 60 eastbound from Finley to Rosemary Boulevard. 3 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work. KFI, the guy who'll get you there faster than Brian Van. It happens. Famed legal professor Alan Dershowitz tells Newsmax that America is now a banana republic. An American president has been indicted. It never happened before. Now Newsmax Rob Schmidt is exposing the political attacks on Donald Trump and America's laws. Tonight, Rob Schmidt looks at secret players, including billionaire George Soros, who has been targeting Trump. Meanwhile, he says new documents prove the Biden family got cash from China. But the big media, he says, is ignoring this scandal. Watch Rob Schmidt tonight at 4 a.m. Pacific. It's the hottest show on cable. Find Newsmax on major cable systems. It's even back on DirecTV and Uber. Plus, get Newsmax on Roku, Samsung, Vizio, Pluto, Zumo, and more. Download the Newsmax app for free on your iPhone or Android and start watching anytime, anywhere. Plenty of people watch Newsmax. You should.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number 1 rule of cheap travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Folly, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Yeah, when you take the tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The experts at Amco have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certification. So they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs. Nothing we ever seen or fix. It's how we know cars inside and out. Chevrolet? Yeah. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, whatever your situation may be, appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. This is Speak of Emma. You've been in a truck accident on 844-24 KMI AM 640. KMI AM 640. KMI live and everywhere on the
I am Howard at one.
KMI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
I am multitasking at Dispatch. So I'm on Discord, on 2 different Discords, 6 different YouTube, 7 different Instagrams, and 3 different Twitters. 1 on Twitter Spaces and 1 on Twitter Discord. Just like that. Easy and I like the PFP, that's the poetry puppy.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from each of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George 97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Our special guest, Jen Pryor. The book we are talking about our guidance system within our body. Her book is called Your Inner GPS. We'll be back with your calls in a moment. She will do readings as well. Just ask her specific questions. Most people agree tax time is truly appearing, but there's one group who really enjoys it. Those are identities. These scammers can file taxes using your personal information, but they falsify items like the number of children you have, out-of-pocket medical expenses, retirement account contributions, and other details, netting them a huge refund check that gives sense to their own address instead of yours. It's so important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft affect our lives. Your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal blocked by North. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not be brought on your own. Loans taken out in your name. Crimes committed by thieves, pretending to be you. If you become a victim of identity theft, dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialists will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions and all business. But it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. So join now. Save up to 25% off your first year with promo code George at LifeLock.com. LifeLock.com. Promo code George for 25% off. Consumer Cellular is the most trusted wireless brand, and they've been providing superior nationwide coverage for more than 25 years. Switch today and save up to half on your wireless bill. They offer unlimited talk and text with flexible data plans starting at just $20 a month. Their award-winning customer service team makes switching easy. You keep your phone and number, and activation is free. Plus, with can add a family member to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls because Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers. Coverage to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Also with Consumer Cellular, you can save up to $250 a year. Go to consumercellular.com/story and for a limited time get $25 off your wireless bill when you use promo code NORI. That's consumercellular.com/story and use promo code NORI for $25 off. Hey, welcome back to Coast George Story with you, Sinclair, the book with us. Then, can you tell children if they have this GPS system in their systems ready to roll?
Yes, they do. In fact, everyone does. We're all born with it. The only thing I did was decode it, and children are more attached to it, more connected to it than the rest of us. We have a tendency to kind of train it out of them, listen to their own guidance. We train them on what we think they should be guided to be doing and thinking and saying and all of that. But yeah, and actually created it when we were born.
Tell me what this is. I've told this story several times on it. One day I was driving, and I'm driving, coming up to a 4-lane intersection, and I've got the green light. You go through this intersection, right? Something is telling me in my head, don't do it, don't do it, don't go through it. And it was so compelling. I pulled over to the side of the road, slowed down, cars behind me honking. Just at the point where I would have been in the middle of the intersection, going through on my green light, some guy went through his red light at about 60 miles an hour. It would have broadsided. He went right through it. I would have been there right at that time. Something saved my life. What was it? Was it my GPS system or was it something else?
I don't think it's not your GPS system. Your internal guidance system doesn't produce thoughts in your head. It will gauge whether they're true or not. I have had moments like that in so many people that I know and have spoken with. And for me, that's your angel.
That's what I thought. I kind of figured.
Angel. Yeah, and especially when it's a particular voice because you didn't I had a feeling. No, you heard a voice that says, don't go through this. Don't go forward. And it happens to us when we are about to shift back in our life blueprint, and that would take us way far away from what we really do. They can step in at that level and really be loud.
What about hunting, business, relationships, and things you do? Is that the GPS system?
It can be, yeah, absolutely. It does create it. It does create there's a feeling, an upwelling of energy that gives you a moment, like a knowing, a creative knowing, and that is your internal guidance system. But we all have gifts. A lot of times we only think of the spiritual gifts, intuitive gifts and things. I'm lucky to be a gifted business person, and so those hunches are usually something that comes from our creative gifts that we're born with.
Is this internal guidance system part of the human body, like our ears are and our kidneys and our hearts? This is just part of us?
Yes, it is. Everyone has it, and we've just not decoded it yet. We haven't started using it. This is a physical aspect because at the end of this year, I'm looking at doing a medical study with a cardiologist, endocrinologist, and neurologist, looking at when someone uses this and puts their thought, what happens with inside the body. Because this is a measurable thing, that when you move from the stress of closing into the expansion of opening, there is physical, chemical, mental, neurological, and heart things that happen that are measurable. And I want to bring those into the medical field because I think it will be incredibly helpful for people who are feeling.
Let's go to the phone. Ready?
Yeah, I just want to say, I need to try to make one of the questions, but not much. I just need like 2 or 3 sentences about the situation and not just one to.
Okay, I'll have you post that.
All right, thank you.
Let's go to Lucille in Modesto, California. Hi, Lucille.
Hello there, folks. How are you tonight?
Great. Hope you are too. What can we do for you?
Okay, a couple of keep calling this RTS or whatever it is. I think it's totally different times that I just locked up and then I figured.
And so,
and I need to know, even if there's just my ass to I need to know how to stop that.
Now, when you say he interferes with your actions, in what way?
Okay, so what's for instance on the art? I went to the point where I could do like 5 paintings a day, and then I've gone years and I couldn't paint at all. And I guess quite a difference.
So you think your idea that she calls it holds you back?
Yeah, and I can't go to another country every time I want to do a piece of art. And if it's an argument, I don't want to take it around me at all. I just want, it's like the energy stop cleaner stuff. And I just want to shove them away. And if I'm eating, either I can't digest or I just don't want to eat.
All right, what do you think, Sam?
So you're in an extreme level of stress, and the stress is coming from what you're thinking. And so the way that you're thinking about life and people and what's possible for you is not true. The thoughts that you're having that are causing this shutdown inside your body are guidance. I mean, the shutdown is guidance to the thoughts, but they're not true. And so what I would recommend, at the end of the show, I'm going to give a free training where you can go, and by the end of the training, you'll understand what to do. So I'm not going to leave you hanging because it's really about shifting your mind into the opening so that you can get back to your creativity and back to your freedom and your power as far as who you are around other people. And so it is about shifting your thinking. But the first thing you can do is start with saying in your head, I'm close. That means what I'm thinking is not true or not going to happen. Write it on a 3x5 card. Write it, put it all over your house. And when you feel that lock up, hold that thought because it'll begin to open you up. It's the only thought right now that works for everybody all the time, every time. Just create this lightning opening sensation that'll start getting you back on track.
And then does the guidance system ever let us down?
No. I know that's a big statement. I have looked for it. I have had students come and with the same thing, we're like, I'm still close about this thing, and we're biting our nails going, this is still worked out, you know? And it does. It has not worked. Not for any, I've trained over 40,000 people, and so far no one has come back, not one single person, George, and said, it's not working. Because I want to be the first person to know. I don't never want to leave someone out there with a tool that doesn't work.
You've trained 40,000 people?
I have.
That's remarkable.
I have 400 master students out there that are experts at this.
Are they teaching other people?
We're just starting our training program. We're literally just starting it in a month and a half.
So this is branch, right? It will grow.
Yes.
We've got Bonnie in Arizona. Welcome to the program. Hi, Bonnie. Go ahead.
Hi. I have a lot of problems with my adult children, causing a lot of stress in my life, and I'm a senior citizen. And I've had a lot of heart problems in the past, and it just seems like it's really stressing me out more and where I get like pain in the pit of my stomach, and I get pressure feeling, and I get really stressed out, and I just, I worry about my grandchildren, I worry about my children, and I just don't know what the right path for me to be on, and I feel all the negative energy is just really messing with my mind and my whole body, and I want to be healthy, and I just don't know what I should do. So, Bonnie, the worry is coming from you. It's not coming from the situation that the kids are in. Worry is always closing, meaning what you're thinking about the situation is not true for your grandbabies and not going to happen. I like to declare that worry is a negative prayer. You do not want to focus on worrying. And so what I was just in this work, I've had many people come in. We've got a lot of adult children in the basement doing video games or out in the world doing drugs and not taking care of their life as you would want them to. And so here's what you do. Okay? I want you, as the grandma and the mama, to start visioning and remembering what they were like when they were younger for your adult children and hold that. There is something about a grandma's prayer, and you know who they can be. And by holding that, you are creating, literally, the things that you really, this is the center of your body, you go up, and you are literally creating a space that is easy to become. It all sounds like woo, and I come from a technology background, and I'm telling you right now, woo-woo is true. I've tried to fight it for years, but it's true. And so hold
see what they can become. And with the grandbabies, the worry that you're thinking is not true, worrying about that. I know you may have your kids are being in difficult situations, and it really looks like they're not going to be able to have the beginnings that you really want for them. But the truth of the matter is, if you hold in what you see as possible, it's very powerful. Amazing Okay, your location.
body is a
You
living
can't beat them,
prayer.
and
So when you are holding
the only
those
thing
thoughts,
is
you
you have to
feel the
sign
worry
up and you
leave.
have to put
You are getting a
beforehand.
yes from grace from
So,
God.
you know, if you're
Long
looking to
it
do
is,
something
it's
really
possible,
good in
and
life,
your
you
job
haven't
is to
been
do
yet,
that.
I don't know,
Energy that puts to
I
that
can
thought.
arc at 11 probably
Okay?
because it's easy
How
for
dangerous
that
is
kind of
stress?
stuff. So, yeah,
It's
I know
incredibly
stuff in LA
dangerous.
is very
It's interesting
expensive,
because
but
as
I also know
like I said, I'm not
that
real
Jesse
woo-woo,
said,
and
you know,
as you
beautiful.
walk
I
away
had a friend of
from
mine
your true purpose and your
who got
path,
like the
you're
Man of
literally
the Year
like walking
award
away from the divine.
that he accepted
And when
there,
you do that,
and it was
you
just a
get the
really
stress.
beautiful
So the
event.
stress
There's
is like
a lake in the middle
closing off
and all these
life force
bridges.
energy
It's really
inside of your
gorgeous.
body. It kills the cells. It takes the energy from your cells. And then when you move into the opening, you can feel the flush of life. You can feel like moving into your body again, and it's nourishing for yourself. So stress is sucking energy, the closing is taking energy away, and I actually think it's so you can create things slowly that are wrong for you instead of fast. And when you move into the opening and you feel that expansion, you're creating things more quickly because they're ready for you. It's a safety valve.
Let's go into the Rockies. Joe's with us, Long Island, New York. Hey, Joseph, go ahead.
Then I have a couple of questions more on the psychology of the GPS. I know a lot of people in terms of like how they're rating themselves, they're going up and down and up. And, you know, you should think to look at catalog and then play the devil's advocate and say, hey, I'm really not that good in tennis, or happiest is the lesser thought feels true. And my second question would be more about, you mentioned being overwhelmed, but on a smaller scale, do you think people tend to compensate and possibly overcompensate? Now, one thing I heard just recently is how a lot of women today will wear elevator shoes that might make them 2, 3, 4, 5 inches taller. And is that, trying to make yourself look taller unnecessarily, or does it feel good walking? But does that go into the realm where people are trying to compensate, and should they be aware that they're compensating?
So on the first question, this is not about positive or negative thinking. If you, and this is something that's actually beautiful about it, if there is something that is a problem that's affecting your life, about your character, your values, your morals, it will open you that these are issues. But it doesn't feel like shame or guilt. When you're open, it feels like truth. It feels like something that you need to manage and you need to work with. Like it feels, there's an energy to it of like, I want to fix this. When we're beating ourselves up and berating ourselves, or even falsely, sitting around the horn about how great we are, it will close us if it's not true. I especially like to work with people who are beating themselves up inside because most of the time it's not true. It's closing. It's actually stepping into our greatness and our gift and what we're here to give and what we're here to contribute. Every single person's significant in the tool that we have. On the second level with the shoes, I think that I don't know about the shoes. I wear heels myself. I like being a little taller. I like having my legs look a little longer. So I don't know why the women are wearing the shoes if that's not if it's for some other reason. But I can say that I think most people right now in the world are feeling less than. They're feeling like they have no power. They're feeling as if having all the social media, yeah, it's a constant comparison to other people's lives. And when we compare ourselves like that, we have a tendency to fall into, well, this will make me look better or feel better, and I'll be happier. And that true happiness comes from the opening. True happiness comes from within. And so the IGF is there to help to actually create a satisfaction with oneself, and so you don't have to do that anymore.
How long did it take for you then to realize that you had this system within you?
I found out about it in 1993. It took me a good
8 years to decode it, because my mind is telling me things were true that were closing, and I couldn't figure out, well, I had proof and evidence, George, that all these things were true, in my life. My dad and I had a really hard relationship, and I was convinced that he didn't like me or love me. And one day on a drive up I-5 to visit him, it's an 8-hour drive for Christmas, I was like, why am I even going? He doesn't like me. This is ridiculous. I'm just going to cry and make him mad. And I closed. On that drive, I was able to figure out, just playing with my thoughts, that what the truth was is that my dad didn't know how to be a dad to a girl. He was great with my brother, but with me, he felt like he was always making a mistake. And it opened me. I got this really big opening that he just didn't know how to be a dad to a girl. And it's just like a domino effect. It completely changed my life. I saw all the situations that my dad and I were in from a completely different place. And I decided I was going to teach him how to be an amazing dad. And tell him before he bought a gift for Christmas, what I wanted, so he didn't just sit there and sit back and watch him make a mistake again, and support him in all these ways. And it completely changed our lives. And so it took me a while to decode it, because our mind is creating evidence all the time that we're right, that it's right. And the closing is the only thing that we have that wakes us up that what we're thinking isn't true. Like on the last program when we talked about the yield times, remember? They're not true, and the ICS is the only way to find them that I found.
Let's go to Mariette in New York as well on the Wild Card line. Hi, Mariette.
Yes, a wonderful program, George. You're knocking it out of the ballpark. I have a brief comment, but I want a reading. First of all, you're very, is your name Red? Am I saying that correct?
Yep, it's Red.
And you're so inspiring. And you kind of reminded me of Joseph Polanski, the one who did the book on the pendulum, and the astrology book today when things reflexology for your son. And he seems to have been exploring many spiritual and occult studies. And so any comment you had on dowsing and the chakras, because Paul Andrew's healing chakras with color. But my reading is about a very important invention that I've had for a few years now, and it's become pretty rocky. It's something that would be a catalyst in terms of changing humanity, in terms of letting beginners' minds and passion and kindness and interconnection as out. But as a woman, and as a woman of color, a designated black woman, it has been like Sisyphus taking the boulder up the mountain. So, what are your? Let me just jump in now. So, there's someone that you're supposed to be collaborating with on this, and there's a way in which you're afraid to let it out there in the world because someone's going to take it from you, and it won't be taken from you. It's part of why it's what you're here for. And your lesson is not to have someone steal it from you and go produce it and do it better or do it differently. You really are the founder of it. But it's going to take collaboration, because there's things that you don't know, and there's an energy of sowing that you are afraid of. And so you're looking for a collaborative partner who's interested in that, bringing it into the world and is better at explaining it than you are. And the two of you have a beautiful collaboration that feels wonderful, and you energize each other.
And that would make us peace. We're going to come back and take final calls with them in a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
I'm Bree Penny in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A former middle school teacher from Montana has been sentenced to 10 years in prison for sharing child pornography online. 31-year-old Josue Vidal must also pay $9,000 in restitution. He previously worked as a math teacher at Shandon Hills Middle School. An 11-month-old infant has been killed when a driver lost control of his vehicle, hopped the curb and hit the child and his parents as they were walking on a sidewalk. 54-year-old Daniel Lenahan has been arrested on suspicion of driving under the influence of drugs. There's now a GoFundMe page to help out with the Orange County family. And Donald Trump is in New York at Trump Tower. He's expected to be arraigned at 2:15 this afternoon, East Coast time. New York City police have stepped up security. Southline weather from KFI. Mostly sunny, gusty winds starting to die down. Highs in the low to mid-60s. Right now it's 48 in Aliso Viejo. Lake Forest is 46, 39 for Moore Park, and 42 in Highlands. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Audrey Penny.
In Costa Mesa, there is a full freeway closure 405 north south of the 73 to Fairview. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in Alhambra, this is on the 10 westbound at Garfield. We had a freak from an earlier crash out of the lanes and on the right shoulder, but watch for wickerdoodle lanes as you approach. Montebello, there is a work zone 60 eastbound from Finley to Rosemary Boulevard. 3 right lanes going to be shut down for road work. KFI at the sky, you'll get you there faster, O'Brien Van. You locked your cat up the tree?
Yeah, he's way up there. He's scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your mask and cape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your showers, and
Why?
they were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're Rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you know how to call Jimmy, call your hero coming in air. Go online at RiverHero.com. The House Money Podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule of travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, yeah, when you take this package, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it to make less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Hey, it's Steve Sharp with the unfiltered truth about water softeners. They don't filter your water. There's a better solution. A Light Source whole house water system. Light Source gives you filtered, delicious drinking water from every tap. No filters change, no salt, no servicing, and now, on a proof credit, own a Light Source system for as low as $75 a month with their easy payment plan. Call Light Source at 800-803-2696, 800-803-2696, or visit lightsourcewater.com.
KFI, AM 640. The people in prison committed the crime, period. And that's all that matters. Their color, their ethnicity doesn't matter. They committed the crime.
Their gangs are in the business of crime. They don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Shout out to Dr. Dollars and your daughter's birthday. Anybody great? How are you this morning? How's South Carolina? So you live in South Carolina and you work in another state? I have a question for you. Are you a Gamecock fan?
Line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free
From my state of grade, I can do this for the entire state of South Carolina is USC is and will continue to be the University of South Carolina, and then what is one the University of Southern California. I think to go by type, like the University of Southern California. Because if this were to go to a trial, the University of South Carolina has been using that trademark for far longer than the University of Southern California. I just want you to know. And anybody in South Carolina should know that I think that they are the true USC. But this is a big debate if you know anything about this house.
Think about that. We'll be talking with James Horton about that on Coast to Coast. Have you signed up yet to become a Coast Insider so you'll never miss a show?
This is Lisa. I'm a Coast Insider because I can't always stay up to listen to Coast Live. The Insider lets you listen to it first thing in the morning and sometimes even when I'm at work. North Carolina.
You're exactly right. So you got Clemson and the Rock, right? And then they had Death Valley, and they're the Tigers, and then LSU is the Tigers and Death Valley. It gets confusing.
I'm Gunny Beach, Oregon. I'm an insider living in a rural area that gives me access to listen to any show.
Any show, anytime. Couple ways to sign up. Our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top, it says Insider. Fill out that information, and you are in. The other way is to download our free Coast to Coast AM app from your app store. And when you've got the app,
when I say USC, what comes to mind in your mind?
Right. Also available if you live in Canada or worldwide.
See, exactly. And it's like a whatever side you grew up on, Mississippi. But I know exactly what Apex is saying. And that sounds strange, and that USC perhaps will always be the University of Southern California to a lot of people. But it takes longer to say USC than it does to just say TUS versus the University of Southern California. But if it goes to trial, the University of Southern California is going to lose because they have been using it as well.
I've maybe gotten 4 to 5 hours sleep max a night. I'm sleeping between 6 and 7. I wake up, use the bathroom, but I go right back to sleep, which has never happened before, which is pretty awesome. I noticed a higher level of happiness. I also noticed that I wasn't taking naps. I had more energy. I was more in the moment.
Do you have any comments?
You're more excited. Every single person needs to feel it. I lost 10 pounds and 5.5 inches off my waist, and I'm so proud of myself. It gives you energy, it helps you feel better. It just works. I stand by it 100%. I was trying a handful of medications to help me sleep, to help me be happy, tons of therapy. When I'm ready to go to sleep, I'm taking 7 to 9 hours of sleep every night. Lost some pounds, insulin, my family has me back.
George's Power Pack, accelerate and elevate, including free gifts, well, for big-time weight maintenance. Plus, free shipping with promo code George. Accelerate, elevate, free gifts, well, and now free shipping. For one special price with George's Power Pack. Order now at healthylooking.com or toll free 800-394-9930. That's 800-394-9930. Jump on board now for better focus, less stress, a graceful night's sleep, and weight loss with George's Power Pack exclusively at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
If you want to improve your musculature, you need what is called a Mantis X. The Mantis X can improve your abilities dramatically, and it's a must-have for every responsible person. The Mantis X is a high-tech, easy-to-use system used extensively by the military, improving their aim quickly and giving them the confidence in their abilities. You attach the Mantis X to your firearm and connect it with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth. It gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to correct your technique. The Mantis X is like a firearms instructor in your pocket, with 94% of them improving within 20 minutes using Mantis X. The best part is, you can use this at home. The best in the world do what is called dry fire practice at home, and the Mantis X is the best way to train. Don't drive into the range, spend your money on range shoes and ammo, you save a ton of money and improve. Start improving now. Get your MantisX.com. That's MantisX, MantisX.com.
a mess. Always itching, flipping. His paws were soaking wet. He had bald spots on his back. TRILLIONAIRE. 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynamite is nutrition. Dynamite is the best thing you can use for your dog. How happy your dog will be. I get my Dynamite from DINOVITC.com.
That's the season for letting him know. But he's trying to convince us it's gone. Therefore, invisible being a threat. Edward,
And welcome back. George Kelly with you, Zen Crier, the book with us, author of Your Inner UTS. Where do people get your books, then?
They can get it on Amazon. It's the best, surest way to get it. Yeah, and we also are on Audible now. So if you want
Super. Now, does the UPS system within ourselves turn on automatically, or do we need to mess with it?
it's always on, working every moment of your life, and has been since you were born. The difference is you just need to tap in and learn how to listen to it and how to pivot your thoughts. It takes a matter of hours, if not days, to start to tune into it, and life changes dramatically.
Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Mike in Las Vegas. Welcome to the show. Michael, thanks for holding. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just, they've been working with a couple of guys for a while. It's taken a couple of years. They're supposed to have a business deal going on, and they offered me a big paycheck to work for them. Is that going to happen this month at all, or is it ever going to happen?
I'm getting that it's not going to happen. They are putting all their eggs in one basket over and over again, and they're not continuing to look for deals. They don't really know what they're doing, and so it'd be better if you moved on quickly. And I hate to tell you that because I know you put in a lot of time. And also, don't ever work for free again.
So you don't think it's going to happen at all?
No. Of course I am. I know that's a big positive.
Well, you don't hold back, do you?
No.
Okay, well, Michael, good luck. Do their advice.
Don't work for free, Michael.
Let's go to another Mike. This one in Denver, Colorado. Hey, Michael, go ahead.
George, good morning. Thank you so much for taking
Hi there.
TPAO. That's incredible.
Great station. 50,000 watts plus DFL.
Yeah, it is a legendary station. And Jen, I want to thank you so much for your timely presentation with me. It's been absolutely incredible. And I just had actually a comment and question. So I wanted to talk about this incredible segment on Dr. Phil or earlier actually, where he had about 4 or 5 younger people who are going through extreme loneliness time. And he was basically asking them, why do you feel lonely? And, one of the things that basically, because when we go on social media, we see all this, crazy bad stuff going on in the world, it makes it feel like, when the opportunity kind of presents itself, we talk to someone in public, we revert back to what we saw on social media that kind of was scary or bad. So my question would be, how can people use the internal guidance systems to kind of adding renewal of confidence to each other?
Yeah, that's a great question because I think that's my most important mission. First of all, we're never alone. And when you start getting your ideas, you realize that it's paying attention to you all day, every day, and giving you guidance. That there's something inside of you that cares about you and that wants you to feel it. Like the opening feels loving and compassionate and caring, and there's no judgment in the guidance that you're being given. So number one is connecting back to this part of myself. It's really important. We believe that we're disconnected and we're not. It's right there inside of us. That's number one. And then number two, a lot of what we're witnessing out there in the news and in the media is make us feel afraid and isolated. It's actually curated that way, and I'm sad to say that. It doesn't matter what side of what of the issue that you're on. When you listen, basically it's the same message that we're not okay and everything's falling apart over and over and over and over again. It isn't anything for you to be concerned and worried and fearful of. And fear is always closing to things it's not true. I am unbelievably optimistic about where we're going and what's possible. How right our listing of our giant figures, little spaceship Earth here, and I've seen it happen over and over again quickly in people's lives in all areas. So it really is about getting back to the thing that we're born with that's inside of us, that loves us, that is guiding us towards our ultimate happiness.
Then is there a common denominator with the GPS system within people?
Common denominator, meaning?
There's some similarities that always crop up.
Yes, absolutely. There are statements that are absolute truth for everyone. And there's a few of them. Number one, you will always have what you need before you need it. Always. Number two, everything that's happening to you is happening because it's important to happen to you, and it's the best thing that could have happened. That you are always on the right track, even when it feels like you're not, even when you're following closing. There is an energy that's consistently working to have your life move towards where you're supposed to be. It's like you get off in the weeds and there's this tether that pulls you back towards the path, no matter how far off in the weeds you get. It's constantly trying to get you back there. And this opens everybody, and when you start to realize this, you stop reacting to situations around you in such a deep, dire way, and you start having a bigger awareness and wisdom and discernment about it. And these things are always true. It's just that we don't know them yet.
Next up, we've got Renee with us in California. Welcome to the show. Hey, Renee, go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, I was wondering, how do you said that you always have what you need before you need it. So how do you know when you're going to be on the right path? Or for example, I usually don't buy 2 houses and I need to buy another house. But everything has been going wrong every time I think I found the right house. It's just so south.
Good. That's wonderful. There's this block put in our way if we're about to move forward on something that's not a perfect choice for us. And so when things are going awry, see it as a good sign that you are being highly paid attention to by God and the universe, and you're being told, no, not this one, not this one. So slow down. And what I would say is start reassessing. I know you have to reinvest, and there's all these things that need to happen for capital gains and yada, but really reassess what it is that you're looking for. There's something that you're missing in what would be perfect for you. You're shortchanging yourself a little bit on your dreams. And there's a few reasons for that. One is because you need to hold a certain amount of money back because you're afraid of investing it in a particular way. And also the market is shifting. And so it could also be, it's also looking like there's a timing issue too. And you're not wanting to wait for various reasons, which we won't get into. But you definitely, there's timing that's happening and you're not going for it in a way that you should just by meeting up.
Timing, sometimes seems to be everything.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Renee, take heed. I mean, housing, I think, is going to go down even more in price.
Yeah, it's going to go down all the way to the end of 2024, beginning of 2025, and then we're going to see a shift. But it won't be like we've had in the past 5 years.
Now, when you're giving people these answers, is that coming from them with experience, or is you tapping into your own GPS system?
I'm an intuitive. I'm a claircognizant, and so I get answers that drop in, and then I check them with my ideas to make sure I'm open. That's the only way I know that the information I'm getting is true. And when the two are aligned, then I get the answer.
Next up, we go to Butch, east of the Rockies, in Davenport, Iowa. Butch, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Hi, George. I listen to you on WOC Davenport, which was the second radio station in the country after KWK Pittsburgh, from the Palmer family who invented chiropractic. B.J. Palmer invented the radio commercial. WOC stands for Wonders of Chiropractic. You're also on another conversation, a 50,000 watt plate channel WHO Des Moines with hands only.
Yep.
Clear yes. My friend, my significant other, my best friend in the whole world was run over and killed in Des Moines on December 27th last year. Is he waiting somewhere for me?
He's not waiting for you because he loves you and he's right there, but he's not waiting for you. You are still very important in the things that the people that you know in your life. There's these little beautiful things that you do for people around you that is incredibly important for you to continue. And so he's there, but you're not done.
No rush to get there.
Nope.
That's what I told a lot of people. You know, you don't have to be afraid of the afterlife, but when we're in no rush to get there.
That's right.
So have your fun here, but she'll be waiting for you.
You will.
John in Oakland, California is with us. Hey, John. Go ahead. Hey, John.
A few callers back, my woman was saying that she was a painter, and all of them for years, and she just stopped, and been acting inside of her or something. I've been having a similar kind of thing over the past couple of years where I feel like I just like shut down on a lot of things like that. Like I was saying, silk screener and like t-shirt.
You just don't have it in there. He's breaking up a little bit then, but he picked up most of it.
Yeah. So your art is needed to express something different, and you're seeing it in a commercial way, but there's something else. I hate to say this because I don't really believe in negative or positive, but there is an A that is to be expressed in your art before you can put it through back into the commercial. And so focus your energy on taking your pain and putting it out there. And it will not create negativity. There's a fear about you not wanting to produce anything that's negative. It actually will be something that you're expressing that other people need to see to express how they're feeling. And so it's not that you're completely shut down, except you're not using your shut down in a way that goes towards your heart.
Next up, we've got Jim for San Carlos, Clearwater, Florida. Jim, welcome to the show.
Hey, George.
Hey there.
Hey, Jim. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jim, I have an odd experience here. I feel like I was meant to do something more with my life, and I am not realizing what that is. In brief, I broke my back in 1996. I was pushed down a flight of stairs by an unseen force, shall we say. I had a near-death experience a year later. Came out of that, and I feel like I should be doing something more with my life. I thought it was making art, making film, and that doesn't seem to have panned out. I'm stuck. What should I be doing with my life that would fulfill my purpose and my intuitive gift? And where should I move to do that?
Well, you have a great segue because one of the things that I've developed for this particular show, this is the first time that I'm actually sharing this, is I'm gifting a 2-hour session, group session, where we're going to go over your heavenly path. It's free, and you'll get to talk to me. And so I would encourage you to go to heavenscompass.com and sign up, because I can't work with everybody tonight in this time period. But the purpose of the webinar is to find out what you're going to do so that people can get on their path. Because I fully believe that if we are all focused on using our ideas, finding what we're here to do, the contribution that we're going to make is what's going to recreate heaven here on earth. And every single person is significant. Every single person has a part to play. And a lot of us are shut down right now and not feeling, a lot of people are not feeling like they know what to do because things have changed so rapidly in the past 2 to 3 years that we're quicker, off quicker. And so the purpose of this webinar is to be able to work with people, as well as run you through some exercises using your idea, find out what you're going to do so you can get on doing it. It's really
happens next to this kind of dinner GPS system? How does it advance?
Yeah, it's so flexible. First of all, people come in because they have regular, Maslow's hierarchy needs, and then once those are solved, which happens rather rapidly, then people begin to, every single day there's a contribution to be made. And when you follow your ideas, it's called flow. You move from opening to opening to opening. And you become the person who creates miracles and magic in the world. You're the person who's there at the right time. You are doing what you need to do. And some are large things that they're contributing to and building and doing, and some are smaller things. But every single thing that you're doing, you can feel that you matter. You can feel that you're making a contribution that's important. And so what happens very shortly and quickly is that you're on a new life path where you're a part of the solution, and it's just a natural, beautiful, happy way of being that you're in that just naturally creates harmony and health around you.
And like just posted your website and people can participate. And how soon is this program going to start for people?
The first webinar is Saturday at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Coming up.
Yep, if you go to Heaven's Compass, and I will continue to add 1 to 2 a week until people are interested.
Then until next time, keep in touch.
All right, thank you, George. Great to meet you.
Take care of yourself. Remember that thing we used to sing in school? Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492? Well, I'm sure he did. But who came before him? That's not.
Now you can get show updates and connect with other Coast fans when you join the Coast to Coast AM Facebook page. Just go to facebook.com/Coast to Coast AM and click the like button.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the #1 rule of travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, yeah, when you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You probably already know that Rosetta Stone is one of the best ways to learn a language. But did you also know that they offer a lifetime subscription to all 25 of their languages? Dabble in French, try your hand at German, learn a bit of Japanese, or even explore Swedish. And right now, you can get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Visit RosettaStone.com today to purchase once and learn for life. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. Hey, Steve Sharp, if you're planning on going solar or even thinking about going solar, then listen up. Time is running out to secure the best possible solar reimbursement with the state of California. Last year, the state and your utility company got together and changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And as you can guess, it's not as good for you and me. In fact, it's about 75% less than the old system. The good news is there is a grandfathering period, and you can still permanently lock in those amazing rates. But time is running out. The deadline to have your solar documents filed is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux, and you call them today. Sunlux will walk you through how to lock in the current rate. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Call Sunlux and get your documents filed. There is no time to waste to lock in the best returns on solar power that you will ever see. Start today at sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. PSLB 100376.
No stimulating talk. No login required.
You know what?
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Super allergies. I'm Bree Kenneth in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The rain has caused a super bloom to happen all over California, and that means for millions of allergy sufferers, a super allergy season. The Allergy and Asthma Associates in Southern California say it's going to be a standout year for pollen. Coachella has announced that for the very first time, all festival stages will live stream on YouTube.
Cool Boy Goes Bad Bunny and Black Keys are set to headline.
Other notable acts include gorillas, Morpheus, and Charlie's XTX.
NASA has announced the names of the 4 astronauts in the Artemis 2 mission. There's Christina Koch, Jeremy Henson, also Richard Rover as the pilot, and Reed Whiteman as the commander. Pilots from Pomona and learned to fly in San Diego. If all goes as planned, the Artemis will take off November 2024. Former President Trump is in New York at Trump Tower. He's expected to be arraigned at 2:15 this afternoon at East Coast time. New York City police have stepped up security. They're anticipating crowds. No TV cameras, cell phones, or laptops to be allowed in the courtroom. 4 tourists have been found dead in the Mexican resort of Cancun. They were found near the hotel zone near the beach. No nationalities have been released. Officials say 2 suspects have been detained. Spring break is going on right now. And the LAPD is offering a $50,000 reward for information in a deadly Wilmington hit and run. The 52-year-old victim was hit by 2 different cars on Sunday. Police say the first one stopped, the second one took off. It happened on PCH and Wilmington Avenue. And go Dodgers Blue. The Dodgers won over the Colorado Rockies. Woodland Hills. TV Local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
In Coast Kenosha, there is a full freeway closure like 5 north south of 73 to Fairview. Only just down to Rosewood until 5. South LA, this is on the 110 southbound, just before a serial highway. You have a conked out car there, out of lanes and in the center divider, but watch for the delays as you approach. Montebello, there is a work zone 60 eastbound from Finley to Grossmead Boulevard. 4 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. KFI of the Sky Hope take you there faster on Brian Dam. A light storage system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap. It filters out chlorine, other contaminants, retaining healthy minerals. A light storage system is maintenance-free, no filters to change, no salt, no servicing. They install it, you forget it. Own a light storage water system for only $75 per month on approval of credit. This ends April 30th. Call 800-803-2696, 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Are you feeling the stress of a car accident? Let Jacoby & Myers take the wheel and steer you towards the compensation you deserve. 93% of crash victims who use the lawyers said they'd do it again. And with Jacoby & Myers, you'll get the best of both worlds. Our legal expertise and a hassle-free experience. Don't just take our word for it. See for yourself what over 50 years of experience can do for you. Call Jacoby & Myers. Justice for you since 1972.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit Uline.com.
Your traditional investments aren't so great right now. So how about investing in assets that not only hold their value, but are just outright fun to own? Have you ever wanted a Rolex and never thought you could afford one? Well, let me suggest Bob's watch line. Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, and a whole lot more. They have them all. Buy, sell, or trade. They have a huge inventory of luxury watches, free overnight shipping on all orders, and a great selection of vintage Rolex watches too. Modern and vintage, luxury, my name, feel with handle. Click the link at the top to get your discount automatically applied to your order. Looking to sell your luxury watch? Get a fast and easy quote online from the watch experts. Google Bob's Watches and Bill and Hannah.
Seriously, Mike, you're just expensive.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 200 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fit. AA, MCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. AFI, AM 640. AFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk. This is Jacob Amranti. You've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24 Jacob. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk.
I just close my eyes, yeah. Time for the feeling. Time to take away my worries.
From somewhere out there, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Well, we all know that Christopher Columbus got to the Americas in 1492, and of course history says he was the first. But was he? In a moment, we go live to Europe. James Martin with us. Uncharted is his work. Were there others before Christopher Columbus? Now here's something on everyone's mind: how to save money when inflation is out of control and prices are everything so high. One great place you can start is with something you know you can't do without. That's your phone. Right now, if you switch to consumer cellular, you can save up to half on your wireless bill. How about that? That's right. Half on your wireless bill. And with consumer cellular, you can still get the same great coverage as the nation's largest premium carrier with 5G coverage for free. You don't lose anything except with the high wireless bill. Consumer Cellular has budget-friendly plans that start at just $20 a month. You can even add up to 6 people to your account for just $15 a month per line. Go to consumercellular.com/Lori, and for a limited time, get 25% off your wireless bill when you use promo code Lori. Take advantage of it. That's consumercellular.com/Lori. Use promo code Lori for $25 off. Fun and Adventure has returned comics and graphic novels from Marvelous Entertainment, based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Sunderland. Acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish and his team are bringing that great old comic book stories you remember in their line of time. I Wack, Haunted Planet, Space Ranger, codename Atom Bomb, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Waggit Geek. Join her at iWaggit.com. That's iWaggit.com.
The people let him know, but he's trying to convince us he's gone. Therefore, incapable of doing next step. Edward, not heard that week. I am a thief.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. James Martin is a British trade unionist, historian, economist, and lecturer. He has studied a wide range of fields, including industrial relations, equalities, history and politics, astronomy as well. Has recently completed his degree to further his role as a lecturer. James has taught for a number of academic institutions. He's been a member and investigator of the Worsley Paranormal Group since its founding back in 2003. James describes himself as a history geek and a space nerd, and has dedicated a large portion of his more recent life to research into the Knights Templar, the Roman Empire, and the Western traditions of spirituality. James, welcome to the program. Looking forward to chatting.
Hi, George. Good morning. It's great to be on. I'm looking forward very much to speaking to you today.
You're in France right now. Have things calmed down, or are people still upset over retirement?
Oh, well, you know the French, it doesn't take much to upset them. Now they're still very, very upset, and we are looking to more strife in France. We're beginning to see some problems with
Tell us a little bit about how you got involved in this subject. I'm curious.
Yeah, well, it started then was through the call, but I had written manuscript back in 2014, and it wasn't really until 2016-17 that we began discussing a mutual interest with groups in pre-Columbian discovery of the Americas. At the time, I was writing a thesis about how the North had travelled across the North Atlantic and began exporting European unicorns in public. People look at you somewhat strangely. Actually, the unicorns then after the normal, but it's further discussion around Columbus not being the first of the Americas. And by about 2018, he'd agreed for me to edit the book, and it became apparent that there were a few additions and maybe a few changes, which we agreed to when both him was Murphy-esque style. So James said, well, you can ask whatever you like, I can always take it away. Shortly before he passed, he asked me to complete the book, and really, this is where we are today in April 2023, with the book having just been released on Amazon and various stores, as well as an audio version on Audible.
It's well done. Now, history says that Christopher Columbus got to the Americas in 1492, but you don't think so. Tell me why.
Well, in 1492, Columbus discovered nothing new. Firstly, there were native populations in the Americas anyway. So you could argue that they had not the claim to having discovered the Americas first. There is so much evidence to show not just speculative evidence, hard evidence that Columbus certainly wasn't the first. I mean, Columbus never transporting continental North America. He landed in the Caribbean, for example. We know, the United Nations have a UNESCO site in Newfoundland, Canada, of Lambton Meadow, jellyfish coves in the inn, which I think in 1960 was discovered a Viking settlement, that's a ship repair facility, and in Newfoundland. Now, that's unquestionable. So if mainstream historians were wrong about Columbus, as we know about the North, for example, just how many other cultures may have arrived in the Americas before even the North in 1000 AD.
I remember in school, Thor Heyerdahl did his Confucius demonstration where he proved that it was able to get across the ocean. Is that how they got here?
Yeah, I mean, it just takes the North, specifically, the North were very famous for island hopping. They left, I mean, let's be clear there, thirdly, we often refer to the North as Vikings. Viking is a job title that means explorer, roughly. If you take the word Vikings in North interchangeably, just for argument's sake, they island hopped, so they ended up in Britain, then up to the Faroe Islands, just north of the island of Great Britain, then to Iceland, so then to Greenland, and as I say, now we know, to Canada and least, perhaps even northern United States. So the idea of island hopping is a relatively safe way of travelling because you're never more than 2-3 days out of sight of land, which is exceptionally useful if you're taking the northern route across the Atlantic and you've got things like provisions, water, etc., etc. And we know that the vessels were quick, manoeuvrable, relatively sturdy. outside the world fair. So we know it was certainly possible, yes.
Now, who do you think might have been the first, outside of the indigenous people who were here, were the first to discover the Americas?
Well, there's many people who can lay claim to that. I suppose, for me, I would be relatively settled on the ancient Egyptians. The Egyptians referred the pharaoh Nephri sent an expedition of these unknown destination called the Land of Punt. Now, there is a view that the Land of Punt is actually, you say, Somalia. But the description of very fertile place, a land of bounty and of plenty, doesn't really tie in with the notion of Somalia, which is one thing can't really be described as that. We know that exploration Punt in 2460 BC, a stepped-up expedition in 1470 BC, and it's done its function amongst the historians who speculated that the voyages to Punt were dispatched to Central America, and some of that is based upon ancient scripts that were used by the people of Libya and of Crete. Some of those scripts have been found in the Amazon River basin. We've got used, on top of a number of other very interesting discoveries, such as corn cobs have been discovered in Pharaoh's dunes, etc. So, it's one of the things knowing the research for this book that surprised me was, again, some good Thompson, who back in the 1970s, having covered over 400 corn cobs in carvings and ancient tombs, or that have been drawn on ancient papyrus scrolls from various periods of ancient Egypt. Now, if we just consider that, for example.
And that was a long time ago, wasn't it, Jay?
Absolutely. I mean, Thompson establishes that the use of maize dates to around 5000 BC. Now, that really does shape a lot of what we understand about the ancient peoples. There are some varieties of maize, for example, Indian corn, but it's a totally different plant. When we do the corn cob with, I'll tell you what, George, last time I was in the United States, I remember having an absolutely delicious meal of fried chicken, mashed potatoes, gravy, and corn cob.
Yep.
Who would have known that I was eating the same corn that the Egyptians may have been nearly 7,500 years ago.
How many of them do you think, James, came to the Americas from Egypt?
Well, I wouldn't suggest it's a mass migration, but certainly to trade. I'll just say this about the corn cobs just very quickly. I prefer to boil mine rather than grill them. I know some people listening are thinking that's absolutely revolting, but hey, the one thing that you notice if you boil corn cobs is that they sink to the bottom of the pan, they don't float. So it's a little wild, the idea that we had corn cobs floating over the Atlantic Ocean, because they would have sank, and even if they could float, the salt water would have destroyed them. But I think what we're really referring to is trading vessels. Maybe a few hundred, maybe even a few thousand if we built them up over the thousands of years. Going to Central America, maybe a little further north, who knows. But yeah, I mean, there's just so much evidence of names that has been found, in the British Museum, for example, many descriptions of names have been found gentlemen from the glass absurd. So where did it come from? The only place that is growing this stuff is in the Americas. And no, the book isn't based upon, a good-hearted meal at all. There's plenty of other evidence, but it is quite striking just how much that one plant is protected. And of course, it has been a mix, not to mention the depictions of names found at Laughlin Chapel just outside of Edinburgh.
How advanced do you think these ancients were?
Well, incredibly, if I can just go off script slightly to answer that.
Sure.
We think of ourselves today as being exceptionally advanced, and that any society that came before us is somehow inferior, advanced, and it's just not true. If we go to some of the caves in southwestern France, the caves of La Poisse, what you find in that when I've visited some of the places, in Brandon's caves there are depictions of hunting scenes of people's hands in cave work, cave paintings. But these paintings are, the last one I visited in a place called Neo was a 6 kilometre, to me that's about 3 miles, let's say, wall inside a cave structure. It's an exceptionally long wall, and the one thing that hits you is it's incredibly dark. So we don't know how they entered the cave, but the one question I think everyone would have if they have a visit any of these caves is how did they light them? You're not drawing in the dark. So, it's the same with things, you look at all the structures, the pyramid complexes in Egypt and elsewhere, where we find carvings and deep into those monuments. Again, the question is how do they light them? They obviously did, but the question is how. So I think that we can, say from that weren't, our vision of a caveman, being very simple. These were Homo sapien creation. They thought like us. They might have had a different view of the world to us, but they thought like us. And I think we insult them by suggesting they're somehow not as advanced. To bring us back on track to answer directly, if we just take Roman ships, for example, most Roman cargo vessels were considerably larger than the vessels that were used by Columbus in 1492. To give you a rough idea, the Romans used a sort of clay containers that would contain things like wine, honey, olive oil, very important for people.
Was it for the cruise?
It wasn't just for the cruise, no. For example, olive oil, you would use to cook, you would use to clean yourself, used for lighting, that's actually important. So it's not just for the crew, these are for trade.
Okay.
Going into training for.
Did they expect initially other people to be wherever they were headed?
Certainly, initially, yes. A lot of the Roman vessels, for example, they were trading in the Middle East right the way through to Britain. But I just want to give you an idea of how large these ships were. They could carry 550 to 650 tons of not just damper, but grain. These are fast vessels. In fact, we know that the Emperor Caligula, who transported the obelisk from ancient Egypt, they built in ancient Egypt to city Rome at a capacity of 1,450 tons. Expanded up until really the 17th and 18th centuries. So, again, if we remove our idea that, trade was impossible across the Atlantic, the size of these vessels would have allowed them to certainly trade
And they were all made out of wood, weren't they?
Yeah, yeah. Well, if you think about it, most of the vessels that helped to colonize Coast Columbia were wooden as well. Some materials. It's quite hardy wood, and it's quite easy to repair as well if you can just find polish.
I would think, James, that past civilizations might have had higher technology than we know today.
I think they were closer to they were certainly closer to nature. We today, if we're in a boat, in a sea somewhere, we would be so dependent on GPS technology to navigate. Whereas, and if you live in Dixie, for example, and you try and look at the heavens, what you'll see is light collisions. There will be lots of light interfering. We've sort of lost our connection with the stars. And the people that we're talking about, they have an absolute connection with the heavens, and with that, certainly more advanced in terms of navigation, in terms of astronomy, and we have to send satellites.
Absolutely. James, hold on, we're at a break. We'll come right back and pick it up right there. Coast to Coast Radio.
Never miss a detail of the show or a guest. Sign up for the Coast Zone email newsletter, available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm Rita, the KFI our newsroom. A former middle school teacher from Fontana has been sentenced to 10 years in prison for sharing pornography online. 31-year-old Josue Vidal must also pay $9,000 in restitution. He previously worked as a math teacher at Sandon Hills Middle School. An 11-month-old infant has been killed when a driver lost control of the vehicle, hopped the curb, and hit the child and his parents as they were walking on a sidewalk. 54-year-old Daniel Renahan has been arrested on suspicion of driving under the influence of drugs. He's now a GoFundMe page to help out with the Orange County family. And Donald Trump is in New York at Trump Tower. He's expected to be arraigned at 2:15 this afternoon, East Coast time. New York City police have stepped up security. South Carolina from KFI, mostly sunny, gusty winds, highs in the low to mid-50s. Barnett 48 in San Juan Capistrano. Brea has 46. 49 for Redondo Beach and 45 in San Fernando. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
In Coast Coming South, there is a full freeway closure. It's called the 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview. Always going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in New Hall, this is on the 5 northbound at the 14. We have a crash there out of lane on the right shoulder, but there is debris in lane. So watch for delays. Woodland Hills, there is a what's on 101 southbound from Valley Circle to Havenhurst. 2 left lanes are going to be shut down for road work. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Brian Van. Hello, Morongo. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday and Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And now the top 5 reasons is Morongo. Number 5.
Ice cold beer makes you want to cheer. National Beer Day is the 7th. All our beers are specially priced at all our bars.
Number 4.
It's not crazy. Beer free and candy chocolate bunny, April 9th.
3.
The legendary Rain is a live this Friday. Get tickets now.
And the number 2.
Surprise Pet Super Bowl. Get the Swiss Fun Boxers and a chance to upgrade your Ray-Ban. When you earn 500 points on your World Cup, the country view and a delicious buffet at a special price.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo, good time for everybody.
The House Money Podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number 1 rule
Travel is to let the deal drop the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, yeah, where you take a tactic that allows you to travel more because you're doing it to come up with money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. I've tried a lot of language learning apps lately, and Rosetta Stone is hands down my favorite. I love that it teaches you phrases you can use in real-life conversations, and they have the best speech recognition tool. It tells you how accurate your pronunciation is, so you can really nail your accent in almost any language you want, like Spanish, Italian, Chinese, and Korean. Or get access to all 25 languages for life with Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Check it out at rosettastone.com.
See if I can make it for you. Forget about civil rights. Forget about they think people should have the same rights as the rest of us. How about what you care? Like the couple next door to you is being unaffordable. They're great pressers. Bill handle.
No, I was intimidated because they would always look better than me.
Of course. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime